Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Law-Splaining the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. And today I have a very special guest, Mr. Nate the Lawyer.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing, man?
Pretty good, man. I'm so happy to finally get to meet and talk to you. We've DM'd a couple times. The holidays were crazy. Some weirdo election nonsense happened. and I'm glad we get to finally actually chat and hang out. So,
no, man, it's awesome. It's funny because between you and Viva were like two of the first two internet lawyers that I actually saw when I first looked at the law. I kind of like a little law community on YouTube.
Yeah.
When I first came to YouTube, I was in this philosophy community. So somebody sent me one of your videos early on. I was like, oh, okay. There are actually lawyers out here doing this thing too. This is not bad. YouTube's for everybody, you know?
Yeah. Oh, any idea what video they sent? I would love to know. Or what subject it was.
I have to look. It's in my Discord. You know how on Discord they save everything.
Yeah.
I have to look. It was actually, my friend's name is Dragnot, and he sent me one of your videos. I gotta see which one it was.
Okay. I think I might recognize that name. It's hard to say, but
yeah, he's a YouTube. He's a good friend of mine.
Sure.
But he sent me but I forget it because I usually get a lot of videos on weird topics. He was like, hey, you may be able to do something like this, and it was one of your videos, and I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this guy's doing it. I like this. This is not bad.
Well, good. I'm glad you never found time to hate me.
Oh no, we'll get to that. If you've been on YouTube for more than 2 months, you're gonna have a lot of hate. It's gonna happen.
Yeah.
They don't hate you. You don't have the haters.
Oh no, I got plenty.
Oh, you hater free? Oh, I thought you were hater free. I'm like, man, I do it.
No, I've actually managed to piss off most of Twitter's law community. Of course, I think the thing that pisses them off the most is I regard their opinions as basically worthless. And so it's they don't I have a couple dedicated devotees from law Twitter who like to follow around. But that's how it goes. When people ask me about that, like family members and stuff, they're like, well, what if people say nasty stuff? And I was like, well, if you're on the internet and you know two people, one of them hates you. That's just how it goes. But yeah, man, what about you? Do you get a bunch of hate online?
Oh yeah. But it's funny because we both have opinion shows. So
right.
So when we're giving out your opinion, you're going to have some people who are just going to hate your opinion, no matter what it is, right? You're going to have people on the other side who just hate your opinion.
Yeah.
So a lot of times I get a lot of that. I get people who just straight up hate my opinion. But it's funny because those same people who hate my opinion today will love my opinion tomorrow because I'm a centrist. So
sure.
Like, for instance, Second Amendment, I'm all for it, right? I'm a Second Amendment guy. I'm a member of the NRA. That's a Second Amendment I am.
All right.
But, Roe versus Wade abortion, I'm more in that camp. So that's what I'm saying. Somebody can watch my channel and be in love with me on day A and hate me to death on day B. And that's what I like.
We're going to have words over this Roe versus Wade.
Oh, no. We're about to get into it.
Not
made
yet.
Up law. Made up law.
I gotta get to know you before I can be too mad. No, that's how it goes. And one of the things that I found baffling and enlightening about the YouTube legal commentary space in general is, and I'm seeing this from lawyers and law students, which is what concerns me about it, is that they act like law is a monolithic, single-sided issue thing where it's like, well, the courts have said this, and so it's definitely that. Or my thinking on this leads me to this conclusion, so that's the way the law works. And it's like, well, but that's not how law works. If it was, disputes would be easy to resolve. There wouldn't be two lawyers in a room yelling at each other. There'd just be one lawyer advising a client on how everything is. But that's not how it is in the world, but that's how it seems to be on Twitter and on legal commentary stuff like on Reddit, our legal advice, or if you find it on YouTube too. And one of my recent examples is Barnes had a statement where you saw the White House has disabled comments on a lot of their videos lately.
Oh no, I haven't seen that. That's been going on.
Yeah, on
The Biden people.
right on the
wow.
like the most like the 5 most recent videos. It started last night and then going through today. All their videos have comments disabled, and there's allegations about manipulations of the likes and dislikes and stuff like that, which I've seen YouTube do that before. I don't know if that's White House. I don't know if it's YouTube. I don't really care. I think it's funny, but they have turned off comments. So Barnes made a statement on Twitter where he said this is likely unconstitutional to turn off the White House comments. And it's funny,
that's exactly what I was thinking just now too. It could be unconstitutional. First Amendment, yeah,
right. It could be. It's not for sure. And so I had kind of a fatalistic take on it because I think the courts have become pretty political in certain respects. I don't think that's too much of a controversial opinion. But, I said, I'm not even confident right now that the same circuit, and I was referring to Trump's case where his Twitter was a public domain and he was blocking people. I said, I'm not even confident right now that the same circuit would determine that this is a First Amendment violation. Then I said, but it should be. It should be, in my opinion. And I had a couple people from law Twitter and some random attorney in Helena, Montana, like tell me, I don't know what I'm talking about. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. One, you guys are opposed to Barnes and opposed to what I think it should be, but you're ignoring the fact that I don't think a circuit court would actually find it that way. So which one am I wrong on? Like which of my opinions here? Because like you said, you're kind of a centrist. That was like the straight down the center answer I could give. Like, I think it should be this way, but I think it is this way.
That makes sense.
Yeah. But people are like, how are you terrible at law? It's like, what do you mean? Like, I gave you the answer that I think the court will come to, but my opinion says, look, if the government is going to utilize these platforms to make official statements, then they should allow official content or commentary, because otherwise, what the hell are they doing? Like, they're just saying, no, we get to give our propagandized message and you don't get to respond in any sort of way. And I mean, I guess if you want the government to do that, that's fine. I don't. I want comment.
I agree. I agree with the ruling. It's interesting because I hold your position. I do think there's no court that would stop it, because when you're talking about this First Amendment issue, you're talking about really, the government in some way. What do they call it? Like with Trump, the Trump blocking thing, it was about him blocking particular accounts.
Right.
So he was affecting their speech. But then the concept of them blocking all accounts, then there's no there's no discrimination against any particular user. It's just,
right.
I'm just not letting anybody speak. And I do agree in theory and actually in practice, that is a suppression of everybody's speech. It's like you're saying, I'm going to suppress everyone's speech because I don't want to have these certain people speak. It's the reverse. So I think that was a fair question. I don't think it's a bad legal question. I think it's a fair question because if you applied it to any other law, then you can say the same thing. You're going to suppress everyone else's rights instead of letting everybody be able to exercise them. Right? It's that's the argument, more or less.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is, I do think it's an open question for the courts. My fatalistic take on it is more in line that I don't think the courts have caught up with where we are in our ability to communicate on a mass scale. I don't think they've caught up with tech. Every time I see a case that involves tech, it feels like it's from 1995. And like when the judge is describing what's going on, I'm like, this is not understanding conceptually where we are. And like this,
You're right.
And so I don't think that we're there. I think eventually they'll come to the conclusion that, if the White House is going to use these public platforms, then maybe they should be open for public comment. But and if the White House doesn't want to do that, it can put out its own service where it can disseminate video. But if they're going to go with the idea, or they should go full reverse and say, you know what, pages on Twitter or Facebook or whatever, they may have a government official behind them, but if that's their personal page, because in Trump's, that was a crazy thing. It was his personal page, not the POTUS account. And so it's like, if that's their personal page, then they get to use the same tools that anybody else could use. I think that somewhere the court's going to have to fall on that consistently, but I don't think that one or two rulings in separated circuits without a Supreme Court is a mandate either way. And I think we get to make arguments about this stuff. And it weirds me out that so many lawyers on Twitter and other places are like just past the point where we argue things. I mean, hell, you brought up Roe versus Wade. We're still arguing about that, and it's been 60 years.
Well, I think sometimes what happens is that the law gets very, especially in academic law, they want it to get very almost mathematical, very stringent, very 1 + 1 = 2, and then you have the Robert Barnes who comes in and messes up the whole equation because he's thinking outside the box,
right?
And it's interesting because I think sometimes they think they know the answer, and then they're shocked when the court does something that they don't expect.
Right.
And here, my first inkling was to the First Amendment. Like, we're all thinking the same thing. This is going to in some way infect the First Amendment. But it's only a few of us who say, well, if I had a client that needed this to come out the other way, what's my best argument? And that's all we're saying. We believe our best argument isn't a throwaway argument. That's something that I would file and say, yes, this is a suppression of my client's speech. You can't tell me it's okay to suppress his speech and everybody else's speech with it. That makes no sense. It just doesn't make any sense. But it's not an argument that you laugh away. That's an argument that you can get a ruling on.
And in this case in particular, like if we take the White House censoring and you take that dislike ratio where they've got 4 and 5 to 1 dislikes to likes, you say, look, the only reason they're doing this is because they're trying to filter out negative commentary. They want to get rid of negative speech. And so you can see it reflected in the likes versus dislikes, which they're not as easily able to filter out or not as willing to filter out. But they are suppressing speech. It's because they don't like the content of some people's speech, and the way they're trying to get around it is they're going to suppress everybody's. But that's not how we do things. I mean, that's kind of the argument you go with. In my opinion, obviously it'd be a little more refined in a document.
Of course, yeah. and we both agree that it's likely not going to be successful because they're going to say, well, if you're suppressing everybody's speech, then you're not.
Yeah, no particularized injury.
Yeah. It's good. Your particularized injury is going to the ballot box and voting out that president. Another president.
Well, careful talking about particularized injuries in the ballot box. Lin Wood will show up on stream.
Hey, I've been watching your Lin Wood stuff. This guy is what's going on with this guy? At first, I was like, all right, he's one of those I'm going down with the ship type guys.
Yeah.
I saw him with Sydney, but then it's just like this guy just unraveled. It was like, what happened?
I don't know, man. He's fascinating to me. Barnes has talked about how Lin Wood's former partners are suing him. Part of the allegation is that he's crazy, that he's legitimately insane, that he's gone down the path of either dementia or senility or something. I don't know. I know that his statements are extremely inflammatory. And maybe that's his game. Maybe he's just trying to draw as much attention as possible to things, and he's willfully making these extreme statements. I don't know, man. And then of course there's the crazy, like, weird possibility that he's got some information that is absolutely horrifying. Because I'm not above the idea that there's really terrible shit going on in the world. But at the same time, like, man, the allegations you're making are real. I mean, you're accusing the Chief Justice of, like, of some crazy stuff.
Horrible stuff, yeah. But the thing is that I'm trying to pull it up now. If you go to Lin Wood's his official website, this guy is such an accomplished attorney. This is not like a nobody.
No.
Lin Wood is, John Benet Ramsey. some of Kobe Bryant. This guy is
Robert
you talking about
Jewell. Yeah.
some of the biggest cases that you'll hear of. This guy has been this guy's representing Carter Page. Carter Page. You know what I'm saying?
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Not anymore. So understand, if you look at his web page, so he's licensed to practice in all these different courts. It's you know, this is just amazing character to see that guy go from that to where he is now. It just doesn't make any sense for him to be saying these things. Doesn't make any sense from somebody to have that type of career and just, you know, at the end, and like, you know, there may be something medical. I don't know. I don't want to say, you know, I don't want to defame, have anybody hit me with a defamation suit.
Yeah.
Everybody's always but you know, it just doesn't make any sense. Not this caliber of attorney. It doesn't make any sense.
And that's you know, when I cover what he says and stuff like that, and his supporters, that's one of the things they go to, right? Like, this guy is one of the most accomplished defamation attorneys on the planet. He wouldn't do this unless he could back it up, is where they go with it. And I'm like, well, I mean, that doesn't always stop. It might be because he knows how hard it is to do a defamation suit, especially for someone like Chief Justice Roberts is not going to file a defamation suit against Lin Wood. I mean, Lin could say basically anything on the like, unless he somehow got Roberts impeached based on what he said, it's going to be hard to show any kind of damages. It's the position Roberts is in, right? Like, how do you damage a Supreme Court justice? They've got a lifetime appointment. They can't be easily fired. They can't really have other business ventures that you can really impact, because that would impact their ability to judge on the court. That's why we pay him so damn much. So outside of him being fired or his clerks like leaving him, where's the damage going to be? He's going to fail in that element. Plus, he's public figure by default.
I don't think. Well, the defamation I think is gone. I think the defamation is, you know, it's not going to happen. But I do think you have a problem because he is admitted to practice in front of the Supreme Court.
Yeah,
and he's now said all this stuff about the Chief Justice. So, you know, so now you're talking about his license, you know, and this type of conduct, you know, unbecoming of an attorney. You know, this type of things, you know, starts kind of piling up. You know, who's gonna? And Delaware was just the first step, because now, because this may have happened in Delaware, that's usually a question they ask on those admitting forms. You know, have you ever been, denied practice or removed from practice in any particular jurisdiction for any reason? You know, that's something he's going to have to report. So I think,
and I want to say though, I think the Delaware decision is bogus in a lot of ways, personally, because I know that Pro Hoc is you know, by permission of the court. I get it, but at the same time, there's nothing that indicates that Lin Wood violated a single rule of the Delaware court or in any way misrepresented his client in front of that Delaware court. And so it bothers me. I liked Viva Fry's breakdown of that, where he basically said the same thing. The judge, you know, likely has the power. It's not like this is an impossible ruling or something out of the ordinary. But at the same time, it's a little concerning that a judge can reach into another jurisdiction, look at conduct that has not been he has not been disciplined for conduct in any of these jurisdictions. But this judge can, without giving him an opportunity to really respond in any official way to this conduct, use instances of behavior in other jurisdictions to rule on an unrelated jurisdictional matter in his own court. And it's like, I'm not comfortable with that. I think it's a little bit bogus because of it. I think if Lin had, you know, if he'd been sanctioned, and he may be in Detroit, right? Like, they're going after him and Sidney Powell in Detroit. But if he had been sanctioned in one of these courts, if he had been disbarred in a jurisdiction, that's one thing. But he hasn't been disciplined at all for any of this behavior. And it's like, I mean, is he faithfully representing his client, Carter Page? And was he faithfully representing his clients in these other suits? And you may think his behavior and his filings are a little outlandish, but to me, the premier rule of all of lawyers' professional conduct is the one that should basically have an extra couple kilograms on the scale, so to speak, is, are you zealously representing your client? Like, that goes, because we'll have attorneys get, you know, they'll get contempt of court charges arguing on behalf of their client. It's like, well, wait, technically that would be pushing on an ethics violation. But if they're doing that, if they're getting contempt charges in the path of zealously representing their client, we want them representing zealously, even if it means they're going to face some temporary minor punishments because they think the court is doing something improper. And their behavior has to be particularly egregious and usually has to impact a client to do so. And I'm not sure Lin Wood's behavior has impacted Carter Page. I mean, Carter Page may want to fire him, like may have wanted to fire him at the point. I don't know if he did or not, but until that happens, man, I'm not super comfortable with it personally.
Well, there's one thing, and I was trying to explain this to Viva too. The weird thing about the rules of professional conduct and our licenses is that we have our law license is just like a carpenter's license or electrician's license in the state. They're privileges, right? They're privileges. They allow us to do things that other citizens can't do, but we have to be tested and all this other stuff and have certain requirements to get this license. So it's a privilege.
Yep.
So with that, if the government bestows upon you that privilege, they have to at least give you notice and opportunity to be heard if they're going to take it away. So if they're going to take away my law license, they have to give me notice that they're going to do it and an opportunity to be heard. That's it. They don't got to give me a trial. They don't have to give me all that.
Right.
All that huge thing, right? Because it's just a privilege, just like a driver's license.
Yep.
So now we have that privilege. Now, what I did is that after I saw that ruling, after I saw the judge was going after it, I looked up the rule in both Delaware, Georgia, the two jurisdictions we're talking about.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, it's the same rule in both jurisdictions. Now, what happens is both Georgia and Delaware took the model rules of professional conduct and just seemingly just made those their rules.
Yeah.
So the rule is 8.5 in the model rules, 8.5 in the Delaware rules, and 8.5 in the Georgia rules. And that rule says that this jurisdiction can hold you accountable. I'm paraphrasing here, but Bellis can hold you accountable for conduct even if it occurred in another jurisdiction.
Sure.
So you don't have to be found guilty. It's just say if that conduct happened in another jurisdiction, we here can hold you accountable. And the funny thing is the rule is the same in both Georgia and Delaware. It's the exact same rule.
Yeah.
So what this does is that's saying because this is a privilege, if you break an ethical rule in the middle of the ocean and we find out about it, we can hold you accountable for breaking that rule in the middle of the ocean. That's how crazy the rule is. And it's interesting because if most people would realize this in driver's licenses, for instance, if you go to one state and your driver's license is revoked, at your home state, they'll revoke your driver's license too. And a lot of people come up with I was revoked in Texas. And but Texas has an interstate compact where if your license is revoked in Texas, it's revoked in your home state. The same thing applies here. You'll be punished in your home state for conduct that happened in Texas. So that's the same kind of rule they're applying here. And the only way they can do that is because it's a privilege. So what this Delaware court was saying was it that, hey, even though nobody found you, that you've actually committed these things, this court said this is what you did in this court. You filed this false affidavit. This court said you did this. You did this. Based on this conduct, we found that would be a violation here. So I'm going to remove it, even though I'm not saying you did it, because he was very tricky with the wording. I'm not saying you did it, but it's enough to make me think that, hey, you may not be competent to practice here under this pro hoc vice.
Yeah, I like I said, I agree that they have the ability to do that. I just don't like it.
Oh yeah. Look, it's messed up. It's messed up to go and say, hey, you broke a rule in California, so we're going to take your license away in New York. It is messed up. You're 100% right.
It's like, oh man, but yeah, he's got a real problem. I mean, because his practice is multi-jurisdictional, and he and Sidney Powell, I mean, they laid it on the line in a lot of ways, because now the reality is when they go for pro hoc in another jurisdiction, that judge is very likely to just say no. Like the judge doesn't have to, he has no obligation to give him pro hoc vice. I mean, they can cite to Delaware, or they can just cite to the behavior and say, you know what, we don't find that you're fit to practice in front of our court. What are they going to do? Keep appealing the decision? I mean, sure they can, but it's going to, in essence, it's a way to kill off a multi-jurisdictional practice like that.
It's done.
And I mean, the testament to Sydney and Lynn is they're both well established, fairly aged. So it's not like retirement would be the worst thing for either of them. You know, this isn't a 25-year-old attorney who's getting boned at the beginning of his career. But
Yeah.
but it is crazy because attorneys can work. I mean, as long as they're mentally sound, they can work well into their 80s.
I just don't the problem like Sidney Powell's another one where I love the work she did on the Flynn case.
Yeah,
Like her
killed
Flynn
it.
stuff was like fantastic. I'm like her briefs were on point. You know, she was in there arguing on the DC circuit was great. I was like, okay, Sidney Powell's all right. And then just reading through the Kraken lawsuit and all, it was almost like two different people. And to the Dominion stuff, it's just like, what were you thinking? What were you doing? You know, how did Hugo Chavez have anything to do with this? You know,
Look,
where are we going here?
Hugo's like reaching out of the ground, like, yeah, get him.
Yeah. Like, what?
But
where are we going at this?
But to give a little bit of a defense of Sidney Powell, right? Because some people have asked me, and I've seen it in the chat, like, why would Sidney Powell become a conspiracy theorist or whatever? I do want to say she did represent a client who was the literal victim of a government conspiracy.
That's true.
General Flynn. Yeah. I mean, and same with Carter Page. Like Flynn and Page got set up by a Fed conspiracy.
So like you got two.
Yeah. Taking the next step and saying the conspiracy goes deeper than Flynn and Page. You know, I'm not saying they took one step. I mean, they ran off the damn plank. But they definitely are representing people who have been the actual victims of government conspiracies to their detriment, and they have seen just how far corruption can go and impact the lives of people. So to take it that next step isn't too far out of the stretch for me. Now, I mean, like I said, I think they went a little bit far on their stuff, but and maybe that just opened them up to being more willing to accept like a theory here and there when 2 years ago they wouldn't have been. But now they've seen this stuff happen. They've seen how these subtle changes. I mean, the stuff that happened to Carter Page, it's one guy changes 3 words in a government email, and suddenly that's Russiagate. I mean, that's how
we impeached the president over it. You're right.
Right. And it's like, okay. But it's nuts. Yeah.
I'm thinking because it's so funny, especially with Sydney. The one thing that I agree. I'm not saying I'm thinking maybe her experiences with this stuff may have twisted it with, but as an attorney, there are certain fundamentals that we all know that we have to adhere to. You know, it's just like simple stuff. Your plaintiff was hurt by the defendant, and you're in the right court where if that court says you win, they can give you money or make your client whole. That's what you're looking for. And the cases she was putting forward didn't have that. And some of the documents that she was putting forward seemed to be doctored. And it's just like, when you're saying these things, she said so much crazy. She said the thing she was saying was so crazy. The Trump team said, hey, we got to, ask her to calm it down. Remember she wasn't hired by the Trump team, but they asked her to,
did you
made it very clear.
The press conference leading up to that, where it was Jenna Ellis, Giuliani, and Sidney Powell.
I saw that one.
Rudy goes up and he gives his thing, and then Sidney goes up. You got to watch Rudy's face while she's talking, where he's like, oh shit. He's like, hope she calms down. You could just see him sweating bullets from that.
Was that when the hair thing was coming down off his hair?
I don't know if that was the same. I think it might have been, actually. I think that was that same conference. But, man, like, you could see him. I saw a picture of it the other day. I was looking for a picture of Sidney Powell for a thumbnail. And I think it's the one I even picked. And but I put words over it so you can't see it. But Rudy's face in the background is like... like
oh, my God. I have to watch that again.
Oh, it was I mean, it was like the next day where they said, just so you know, Sidney Powell's not an official part of the Trump team, because that's where she's standing up there and she started going full in on the Dominion stuff. And they were like, oh shit, we better distance this, because that wasn't That was the interesting thing about the Trump cases, and people made a big deal out about the fact that Trump's teams never alleged fraud. And I do want to say, like, there are lots of reasons where even if you think fraud is a real thing, that you're not going to go in front of a court and allege it. It raises the burden that you have to meet on your prima facie showing. It makes it more difficult if you don't have that specific evidence. Even if you think it's there, you're going to get pounded, and that's kind of what happened. But so people, made a big deal out about that, but they never actually fully alleged the fraud in any of the Trump suits, right? That was all reserved to the Kraken suits, the Lin Wood suits, and maybe a couple other sort of offshoots that happened around the country. But the Trump team was focused, and I think rightly so. I think they made a ton of mistakes, but I think they were rightly focused on there was improper changes to the election laws in these states. There were counties not following election laws, stuff like that. That's where they tried to focus their argument. They tried to make it a very legal, academic sort of thing. Because if they went full on, we saw what happened with the Kraken lawsuits. I mean, they got hammered, and their lawyers are potentially getting in trouble for it. So,
yeah. Well, that's like part B. Like you can't say that one we should talk about too. I think sometimes they're going a little maybe too crazy with this. But first, with the going after the attorneys, I think sometimes you just get tough clients. But I think when we start with, especially with a lot of this election stuff, and you're right, they didn't go to I think to allege fraud in a lot of these cases. Because you're right, the standard is just higher. Number one, they weren't alleging criminal fraud, because to have criminal fraud, you'd have a prosecutor or something do that, right? Or the attorney general's office, right? You don't go in and really just allege fraud. It's the state that goes in and says this person committed fraud or whatever. So you're looking really for the Department of Justice to do something like that. And they did, and they said they didn't have any evidence of that stuff. So now we're talking about maybe the civil fraud or things from what they're saying. There's a difference between, I think, colloquial fraud, when people go out there, there was fraud in this election,
right?
And then the legal requirements for fraud.
Yeah.
When somebody says they're suing and saying there's fraud, I don't know how they would actually prove that in court by what they had. It's like
it's almost impossible in the system that we have, because you can't attach a ballot to a person. Once that ballot goes in the box, you can't say who put it there. And so that's one thing I talked about a lot is why it's so hard to address voter fraud or even prove it out or charge anybody for it. You basically have to have what you have down in Texas, where the lady admitted to voter fraud to Project Veritas, right? Like, she admits to harvesting ballots against Texas election law. She admits that she knew what she was doing was wrong, and she admits to doing it, like 150 ballots or something like that. And so that gives them enough to actually prosecute. Whether or not they'll get a conviction is still kind of an open question, because it's so damn hard to prosecute fraud. We have so many protections for how people vote, and that's largely in part to the history of this country, where we do have a history of vote suppression, especially, particularly in the South. And while that has been eliminated in a lot of places, the specter of it looms over the vote forever. And then the other part we have is we just have a secret ballot because we're scared of tyranny, right? Like, last thing you want is the Joe Biden transition team showing up your door with your ballot with your name on it. Says, "I see you voted for Trump, sir." It's like, please don't sniff me.
But you know what, though, what they do have, though, is that they know, like, say, if you're a registered Democrat, they know that you're more likely going to vote for Biden. If you're, that's the best they got. 86% of Democrats vote for Biden, and 90-something% of Republicans vote for Trump. But one thing I do want to say, just about the whole voting, I mean, the election fraud thing. If you have evidence, show the evidence to the court, because the courts, those are professionals. Like, I always call the court the professional evidence people, right? That's what they do. You take evidence to courts, and they tell you whether it's good or not, and they have their procedures on how to evaluate that evidence. And those professionals argue about the value of that evidence to a third party, and that third party determines, the value of that evidence overall. Finder of fact versus the the judge of the law. But I think in this particular situation, I think a lot of those lawsuits were just bad lawsuits. Like, for instance, the Sharpie lawsuit. I know I was arguing with a couple of people about the Sharpie lawsuit.
Yeah, that
which
one
they withdrew.
fizzled out real quick because that was just a weird case in general, like a weird theory. Because allegedly, didn't the Sharpies work? Like, wasn't that?
Yeah, what happens is in Maricopa County in Arizona, they changed they were using the minion voting machines, but the Sharpies actually were the preferred method of voting than actual regular pens, because Sharpies dry quicker. So if you use the pen wouldn't dry as quick. So when they go to the machine, they'd smudge. So they had only Sharpies at all the voting locations. So I think the voters went in, and when they saw Sharpies, they thought the Sharpies didn't work. Somebody had spread the rumor that Sharpies didn't work.
Yeah.
But then when you saw all the paperwork in like the voting machines, and then they even put out videos weeks before telling people that Sharpies were the preferred method of voting. So somebody had sued with affidavits saying how their votes were stolen and everything, like a full-blown case. And Fox News even covered, saying that, their votes were suppressed, and they were only doing it to Republicans.
Right.
And then when they found out, like, no, that's actually the preferred way of doing it, that lawsuit was dropped, and there was one in Michigan that was also dropped with the same machines and the same Sharpies.
Yeah. And those got a lot of press, but they fizzled out real fast. Like, those were dropped before a lot of other cases were dropped, if I remember right. Because they're like, I think basically the other side presented all the materials and said, no, Sharpies are actually how you do this. We'll show you. we'll run one through a machine for you, and it'll just work. But yeah. Okay. So I've got a bunch of chats building up that we should address. And then what I want to do is kind of transition. I was going to do this first, but we got talking on other subjects. I want to get to know you like a little bit, and what brought you to law and all that stuff, and get kind of your story. Because, damn you for having a good conversation with me and interrupting that. And I apologize in advance for all of these chats, because sometimes my chat has weird takes. Sixth Floor Madness says, where did little Jimmy go after getting lost in a minefield? Everywhere. Sure, that's a dark joke, but it got really bright for half a second. Come on now. Donald Trump says, Ricadans, it has been 48 hours since America, the greatest country in this world has ever known, lost the greatest president the country has ever known. We still have not heard about corn pop. This is the worst trade deal in the history of America, and I know bad trade deals. So there you go. We have no news about corn pop after 48 hours. Kiwi Goes Live says, hello, Mr. Ricada. We've been trying to reach you about your car's warranty. This chat brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Enter code Drex'sBBC to get 25,000 gold, a jar of sacred ointment, and Drexel Smash Brothers in Raid Shadow Legends.
My God.
I told you.
That's a super chat? That's amazing.
That's a super chat.
That's amazing. That's amazing.
Bad Vibe says, I heard that on January 1st, 2023, Kamala Harris is getting Biden a convertible and a magic bullet. Damn. and that Hillary is going to arrange delivery because, Joe is old and has a hard time with those dentures. Whew. Bad Vibes also says, when calling bullshit on something, you should trust him. Oh, when I call bullshit on something, you should trust me. With a nose like mine, I can smell it 5 states over. And the reason my nose is so big, my brain needed to go somewhere. And then he also says, all right, Boomer, less than 5 minutes, hurry. And then time to fire your producer. I had tech issues right before we got on, so we were a little bit late. But I told you, I was trying to get my Google Meet to recognize my camera, and it just wasn't starting up. And I was like, well, my computer hadn't been restarted in like a week, so that fixed it. Keck7Go says, good morning, Nick. Today's candidate for lookalike competition again lacks the nose game, and I think you did blackface better. Come on. Love your content, Nate. Have you ever practiced tree law? And what's the funniest case you've ever been a part of?
Funniest case I've ever been a part of. Actually, it was when I was actually when I was in law enforcement.
Okay, you were in. So this is the backstory. You were in law enforcement.
Yeah, I was in law enforcement for 12 years. I started off as an officer and moved all the way up to, it's the equivalent of, let's say, a first grade detective in the
Sure.
NYPD. We had a different name for it, but it was that level. So I was at a detective salary, but I was getting lieutenant salary at like the rank of a detective, which was nice. But it was we had a it's a funny case in which it's funny because I don't even know if I should say it because it's like I'm kind of, you want to keep the innocent. I don't wanna put anybody's name out there.
You can just call everybody Johnson. That'd be fine.
that it was not gonna help the story though. It's not gonna help the story. Um, uh,
What
I
about
don't know.
what about in your practice though? So like what kind of law do you practice? Oh,
Well, right now, at first, just so when I graduated law school, I just wanted to be a prosecutor. So
yeah,
I became a prosecutor.
the enemy.
And
Okay.
yes, the enemy. I was there, and but I had been really strong in my academics in school. I was top of the class. I actually took the bar in school. So when I was in the prosecutor's office, I got offered a job, being a law school lecturer at a
Oh,
law school.
okay.
I was able to do that for a couple of years. I taught everything from family law to academic skills. So that was really really nice. Then I went into private practice, and now I'm doing YouTube and still doing private practice. In my practice, I first started off criminal defense. So actually one of my cases is going to be in the New York Times. I think they said later this month or next month I'm in the New York Times for a case where I was defending a guy who beat up a serial rapist. So
Yeah, get
yeah,
him.
yeah. So that was so it's a weird case, and I did that pro bono because the defendant, obviously didn't have the funds to. So I was taking
Yeah.
on pro bono cases at that time. But but now I do generally pre-litigation. Usually when I tell people I do pre-litigation, what that means is that I do generally take cases that it's clear what's going to happen. It's clear we're going to settle. So I go and I do
Yeah.
negotiation. Like a lot of my cases have to do with the last case I had to do with, like, this is a nice big institution where my client ended up very happy. And you go in and you say, this is what happened, here's what we're going to do. Let's just come to a settlement. And you get in and you get out. It's a lot of paperwork because sometimes you have to draft the complaint and all that stuff and show them that you're serious. But then generally, you can come to a nice little agreement, and
Yeah.
that's generally what I do now. And obviously YouTube.
Yeah, and that's where most of my practice ended up being. It wasn't intentional, and like it was always. I mean, we can go to trial on this, but typically speaking, I mean, most cases do settle pre-trial, as you are obviously
Yeah.
aware. So that's I was a small town attorney, so I took literally. What you got? What you got? Can you write me at least a little bit of a check, please? Please, for the love of God. But yeah, so that's cool, man. And that's kind of where I am now. Like I tell people if they do like really want to hire me for something, I will tell them if this is going to go to trial, like we're going to probably need to find someone and outsource the rest of your representation cuz I don't have the time or the patience to do it, mainly because I do this show. And
Yeah.
and this is what I like to do. I'm not opposed to helping people out, but like if you want someone to go spend 40 hours over 2 days on trial prep and then trial, I'm not gonna have it. I also have
Oof.
5 kids. Like I'm
Oh
not
my
gonna,
God. Oh, you got a team. Whoa. I thought my two was rough. You got 5. Yeah.
it,
Your time is unlimited, man. Your time is limited, brother.
any beyond one kid really is
Yeah.
it though? Because I remember having 2. Like one was easy. We were like, this parenting thing is smooth. And then we get to 2 and it's like, okay, things are a little more stressful, a little bit more tired. But then we got to 3 and it was like, this is hell. But then when you have a 4th, you stop caring about anything. And then the 5th one is like, oh, daddy's little princess. But
Oh man, God bless them. Man, 5 is great. 5 is crazy. I was
yeah,
crazy at 2 with 5.
it
Oh man.
is. No, two is. I have respect for any parent of any amount because it is a ton of work, no matter
Yeah.
what, and it changes how you live. Like if I were single, if I were single and had no kids, man, it'd be easy to go spend 80 hours a week doing law and really cracking into books and representing clients. But man, 5 kids, I'm like, I just kind of want to be home because one, I want to keep my wife relatively sane, and two, if I'm not home and then I come home, everything, that's only one parent there and everything's a disaster. And then it's like playing catch up every night. That's too tiring. So I don't
Yeah.
I don't want to sit and do the the crazy representation where you're litigating heavily anymore. That's
Yeah, no, it's funny because, like, I'm not sure if you did you go to this, like, the private practice, or did you work at, like, any government offices or
I
anything like
went
that?
I went straight into private practice. My initial plan when I was going to law school was I'll go work for a bank. I was going to represent banks
Oh.
and be just a complete corporate asshole, right? Um, but then as I was in law school and I started going through, I was like, I don't want to do that. And we lived in a small town, so it was like we'd have to move to be in-house counsel for a financial
Yeah.
institution. So I was like, I'll see what happens when I get out. None of the firms around me were hiring, so I just went ahead and opened my own practice and did mostly criminal defense, and then a little bit of drafting, either contract review, drafting, stuff like
Mhm.
that, entity formation, and then wills, trusts, and a little bit of probate, because
Oh.
very transactional stuff other than the criminal defense usually. But yeah, it was
Yeah.
fun times.
No, because that's what I found myself doing. Like a lot of people don't realize when you're in private practice, you kind of delve into a little bit of everything, right? You delve in. Like, I've done a little real estate stuff. I got to probate something that people don't want you to write a will. So I definitely get the hustle bustle of that, and it's easy money too. I call those easy money cases.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
those are easy money. That's like not even a problem. But for the criminal defense, those are the ones that really, like, because when I was doing those are the ones that just drive out. A lot of times the people, they can't really pay you,
yep,
unless you're trying to go to the 18B. And I just was fortunate because when I was at the DA's office, they get you a lot of in court trial experience because you're in court every day with the DA's office. So that's the one great thing I do like, even though the pay was shit, the
yeah,
hours were long. It's just getting in front of the court. But then it was funny because then when you go to the other side, you're never in court. You're always, it's more like the transactional piece. It's more relationships. When attorneys, it's more the better attorneys are the ones who can negotiate. I always say this: if you ever see me in court, then I failed my client because generally we don't have to be here.
yeah,
So it's always interesting to see. Like I was telling my wife, I was like, it's funny because I really enjoy being a lawyer, but I never thought I would enjoy it as much as I enjoy talking about the law
yeah,
here on YouTube. And
yep,
and that was something that was relatively new to me, because I did, I'm like, who would want to? Well, I was at the law school. I was like, these people are forced to hear me talk about this shit. But then they were like, hey, we kind of like this, and I was like, well, let me try it on YouTube, and just to see that there's a market for this. There's a market for people who can just talk about the law and distill it in a way that people can just understand. It's crazy, and it's fascinating to see that this is so freeing for me personally. This helps free my time. This helps free, and it helps me do something that I actually want to do. You know what I'm
right,
saying? Like, I
yep,
enjoy doing this. I was doing this for free.
yeah. that's that's the thing, man. Like the ability to sit, talk about this stuff, meet new people, uh, look at issues that are way outside of any scope of practice. Like in Wilmer, Minnesota, right where my office was before I shut it down to move to my home office, was like you're gonna get DUI, you're gonna get minor possessions,
Mhm.
or fifth degree possessions. You're gonna get some petty theft, and you might occasionally get a vehicular homicide or something like that. But that's it. You know, But talking on YouTube, we get to talk about election law. We get to talk about every lawyer, right? Every lawyer goes into law school. I'm going to be a constitutional law attorney. No, you're not. You're not going to be.
Two guys, maybe, right?
Yeah. there's like a small cabal of them, and that's it. But everybody else, we all get to just observe. But we get to sit and talk about this stuff that you'd never encounter in practice, and that's what I like it. I like it. It's also, we have the easy job. We get to say what everybody did wrong.
Oh yeah. No, the best thing I like about this is I like the differing opinions, because I think a lot of times here too online, it's almost not okay for people to have differing opinions. A lot of times the hatred you get is because somebody just has a differing opinion on one stupid subject. It's like,
oh yeah,
me and me, we disagree on this, and that's the reason why. There's no absolute truth here. There's some things that don't get me wrong. Some things I understand, but it's weird because people make these holy cows out of things that I just did a video about the Breonna Taylor, the Young Turks. It's like there's certain things about that case that are undisputed facts. It wasn't the wrong address. She wasn't asleep in a bed. But to see people continuously say those things,
right,
factually incorrect, to just move people, that I think is wrong, and that I think, I'm trying not to be one of those call out channels, but those are the things that just piss me off, because it's not like the facts aren't there; they're right there. And why are people trying to mislead other people?
Yeah, that was I haven't watched your Breonna Taylor video, but I saw it, and I was wondering, because there is a ton of misinformation about that case, and this is maybe a topic we can get to. Because I know you talk about police violence and use of force and stuff like that. And there's two issues, right? Like there's the general issue of police violence as one thing. But then there's the separate issue of the cases we're often presented publicly have some real complicated stuff. Like if we go to, who was it? Blake up in Kenosha, right?
Yes. Jacob Blake.
Jacob Blake, that's right. I'm bad with names. But like, okay, you can have an issue with police violence and how that played out, but at the same time, you got to recognize that this guy has a knife in his hand, or a razor or whatever, and he's reaching into a vehicle while cops are issuing him lawful orders to stop. And like, at some point, you have to go, okay, like me personally, I hate police violence. Like I hate it wholesale. I don't want the state executing its citizens. Ever. Like I don't have confidence in their ability to do it. But then we get case after case where there's like it's never clean, right? The law is never a clean thing. In hypotheticals, we can always say, well, this criminal was doing this and this cop shot him, or this guy wasn't a criminal and the cop shot him, and those are real easy. But when you start getting into the mud, it's like, okay, Jacob Blake, he's got a knife. He's walking away from an officer. He's trying to get away. But at the same time, they're giving him lawful orders to stop. He's got kids in the car. They've got reports of felony violence happening. And he reaches into a vehicle. Like, what do you do in that situation? You are law enforcement. Like, what do you do in that situation? Do you pull the trigger?
Well, the thing is that, see, and this is sometimes where we're like, especially for sometimes with online attorneys.
Yeah.
I sometimes get angry because and it's not because people have differing opinions. It's because they don't understand how to evaluate police violence and how it's done at that level.
Yeah.
The one thing a lot of people, the first thing is that when you evaluate a case, when a cop goes into a case, the first thing you got to do is what's the call? What am I going into?
Right.
Is this a bank robbery where I'm going in, guns drawn, or is this, I always say cat in a tree, there's a cat stuck in a tree. I'm not going there with guns drawn, right?
Yeah.
So this Jacob Blake case, the cops, before they got there, knew that he had taken somebody's keys to their car. He had taken their children were in this car,
right?
And he had a felony warrant for criminal sex for a sex crime, right?
Yeah,
a felony warrant. Now, what does that mean? That means as a cop, right? I'm coming in. You got a felony warrant. There's no discretion. I can't just let you go. This is not warning material. I'm going to give you a warning. It's like somebody doing a triple homicide. Like, this is your warning. I'm going to give you this warning. right?
Yeah.
There's no warning for that. You're going to jail. You got a felony warrant. You're going to jail.
You're getting in the squad car or you're getting on a gurney. Like
Exactly. You're coming with me. There's no discretion there. And the wife is calling, saying, the baby mother calling, saying, yes, this guy's going to steal and crash my car and the kids are in there too.
Yeah.
So that's what the cops are going into. So that's the first thing the law tells you. And the next actually is a case called Graham v. Connor. So the law actually talks about this and says, so what was the 911 call? That's the 911 call you're going into. Somebody who's going to jail on a felony sexual assault warrant. That's the person you're going after, who's taking this woman's car and who's taking somebody else's car. So that's the first thing. So you get to the scene. You try to arrest him. You hit him with the stun gun. You hit him with the taser. You're wrestling with him on the floor. He has a knife.
At some point, you're gonna have to shoot this guy.
You take out your gun. You start telling him, drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop the knife. He goes to the car. Number one, that's not his car.
Yeah.
Right? So he's going to somebody else's car. And guess who's in that car? Somebody else's kids. They're not all his kids. There's kids in the car. And he's reaching, and now you're pulling his shirt, telling him to stop. And what is he doing? He's reaching into the car.
Yeah.
What do you expect the cop to do at that particular? Or do you want to see what he pulls out that car?
Right. He could pull out a shotgun or a handgun.
You don't know what he's pulling out. Yes. Or even though the cop is saying he turned around, he's trying to hit him like this or something like that. Either way, I'm just saying it's going to be hard. What do you expect the police to do in certain situations?
Right.
I understand. I am against police violence, and I think sometimes tactics, like I think of Breonna Taylor, for instance. I think tactics led to that death. I think if you could do things like reconnaissance and all that thing, knowing that, hey, the boyfriend is in there, usually you would have somebody sit in the house for a couple of hours, who's going in, who's going out. So we know, hey, we expect 3 people to be inside there because that's, Johnny been sitting for 6 hours and only 3 people went inside. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Things like that. But on this particular case with Jacob Blake, it's when they said they weren't going to charge the cop, I predicted that long ago because there's really no way that you can charge a cop in that situation. Yeah. Understanding the facts as they were, He was going to jail and he knew he was going to jail.
What do you think then? This is a big topic, man, but what do you think about Rittenhouse and ignoring the facts of the Rittenhouse case, like completely ignoring that? Do you think that there's an element of compensation charging Kyle Rittenhouse since they knew they weren't going to charge the cop? Because that was one of the things that I was thinking of.
Well, just so you know, Mike, on Kyle Rittenhouse, I think that he has a viable claim to self-defense.
I think he has
a viable claim to self-defense.
I was like, when I first saw it, right, and I looked at it, I was like, I think this guy's got self-defense, but I think they're going to charge him. I think they're going to, in the charging document, they're going to kind of frame the situation heavily against him. Then the charging document comes out and I read it and I'm like, this looks like the defense lawyer's brief for self-defense. Like, what the hell is this fact section? Why are they even charging him? So when it first happened, I said, look, I think he's going to get charged. He's killed 2 people. He shot 3 people. I think they're going to charge him. I think they're going to do a thing. He's going to have a fight for self-defense. And then when I read that document, I was like, why did they bother? Why are they charging him in this case? Because that whole thing reads like, yeah, this guy charged at him, reached for his gun, he shot him. I'm like, well, yeah, like someone's charging at you, reaching for a gun.
It's funny. When I look at what I did because when I evaluated the Kyle Rittenhouse case, I did something else. I did something that I generally did in practice. I went to the jury instructions for Wisconsin. Oh, okay, and my video, I took the jury instructions and said, okay, this is what the jury is going to have to prove for. This is what is going to have to be proven for self-defense. So we went through it. And one thing that's interesting in that jurisdiction in Wisconsin is that the defendant doesn't have to prove that they were using. It's on the prosecution to prove the defendant didn't act with self-defense.
Oh, really?
So the prosecutor, so in that jurisdiction, the prosecutor has the burden to prove that he didn't act in self-defense. He doesn't have the burden to prove that he acted with self-defense. So I think that makes it even tougher for the prosecution, because
Yeah.
there's no way you could put me on that jury and don't say that people are chasing him and all that stuff that happened, that there's not a viable claim for self-defense. And the way the statute even reads, you just have to have a reasonable fear of of
Yeah.
this deadly bodily harm. And I think you have it when you got somebody with a gun runs up on you, somebody's beating you with a foreign object, somebody you're in the middle of a mob, one guy's chasing you and he knows you got a gun, lunging at you trying to grab your gun. All these things scream to me classic self-defense. But I
Yeah.
understand the different racial tensions and issues with it. But that's why I always say sometimes the law, if you just look at the law just as it is, I don't think that you can really make the argument that this kid doesn't have a viable claim for self-defense. Will it be successful? That's another thing. But that his claim, I think, is strong. I would be using that if I was representing him. We're talking self-defense all the way.
Yeah, that's one where you don't plea out, in my opinion.
No.
You got to go for the self-defense because, I mean, that the first one with Rosenbaum or whatever, like, it's in the complaint. This guy chases him for probably 50, 60 yards. And it's like, wait a minute. So he retreats for 50, 60 yards. The guy closes in on him and is about to do harm. I mean, what do you think someone's going to do? They're going to shoot. Like, this is a mob of people. They've been, he's there. He's specifically there with the idea that people are going to be committing felony property violence. There's no reason to suspect that they're going to not have a physical altercation that could lead to serious bodily harm. So I'm in full agreement, man. I think that he's got a very good self-defense claim. I hope that he's able to get a fair shake at it. Because it's messy. I do need to know one thing, because they've charged him with illegally possessing a firearm as a minor, right?
Mhm.
But when I read the Wisconsin statute, it seems to indicate in plain language that statute does not apply at all to long rifles. Am I crazy?
I didn't read the statute.
Let me see.
But it doesn't apply to long rifles. Then he may be all right then.
Possession of firearm by a minor. I'll pull up the statute. Okay. Oh God. What's the statute? It's 29.3043B. Okay, so Wisconsin statute 29.304. Sorry, I've looked this up 100 times, but I don't have it. B. Okay, so 304, 12 to 14, 14 to 16. He's 17 years old, right?
Yeah.
This is the wrong one.
He was 17. He was 17 when he committed the crime.
Right, he's 18 now. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is for 12 to 16-year-olds. Ah, damn it.
Oh wow.
I should just look up his charging document, because it has it on there, but is this it? A requirement for search? No, that's not it. Okay. This is good YouTube right here.
But you said it. But are you? It sounds like you're pretty confident. So it doesn't apply to long rifles.
I'm 100% confident that it says that in the statute. I wanted to read it to you and get your take. I'm pulling it up right now. Okay, so we've got, let's see, possession of a dangerous weapon by a person under 18. It's 948.602A. So Wisconsin statute 940.28, right? That's what I said, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Wait. Where is it? 940. No, 0.60. Goodness gracious. It's like I'm drinking whiskey or something while doing this. Let's see. Wisconsin legislative documents. 940 point. What? 948. Oh my gosh. 948.60. This is embarrassing. Okay, possession of a dangerous weapon by a minor. No, really easy to find.
Mhm.
Okay, so if I go to, he's charged under 2A, which says any person under 18 years of age who possesses or goes armed with a dangerous weapon is guilty of a Class A misdemeanor. Okay, and so then it says in section 3A, okay, it says this section does not apply to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a dangerous weapon when a dangerous weapon is being used in target practice under supervision of an adult. Okay. 3B, section does not apply who's a member of the armed forces. 3C, this section applies only to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a rifle or a shotgun if the person is in violation of 941.28 or is not in compliance with section 29.304 and 29.593. That's under 16. And then having a hunting license. This section applies only to an adult who transfers a firearm to a person under 18 years of age if the person is under 18. So 941.28 is the next thing. And I think this is where it says, here, we'll pull it up. Yeah. So 941.28 is possession of a short-barreled shotgun or short-barreled rifle. So basically a non-conforming and, non-compliant with the NFA. So, yeah, it only applies to a person who is armed with a rifle or shotgun if the person is in violation of short-barreled rifle or short-barreled shotgun or is not in compliance with 29.304, which is 16 and under, and 29.593, which is hunting license requirements.
I would have to see the case law on that.
Yeah, man. It's something to look into. Let me know if I'm crazy. Yeah. But I look at that and I go, how are they going to charge this guy? It's in the statute that it doesn't apply to long rifles, only short barrel shotguns. And I don't think dangerous weapons, the definition of dangerous weapons includes rifles or shotguns. It specifically includes, here we go. Dangerous weapon means any firearm loaded or unloaded, any electric weapon is defined. Okay. So it does have, it is any firearm. But
because I know for us, I know for us here, it used to go like there was dangerous weapon, and that included things like guns and stuff like that too.
This has like nunchucks.
Nunchucks are a dangerous weapon too. That's in New York. Nunchucks, the throwing stars, those are all dangerous weapons. But then you had a subclass of that, which is deadly weapons, and those were weapons that were just that. Unlike like a bat could be a dangerous weapon if somebody uses it to beat somebody with it, right?
Right.
But the deadly weapons are like guns. But all deadly weapons all happen to be dangerous weapons too. So here, all the guns are dangerous weapons.
So this language is so interesting. This section applies only to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a rifle or a shotgun. So he's under 18. He's in possession and armed with a rifle. If he's in violation of 941.28, which is short barrel rifle or short barrel shotgun.
So you're making like three inferences. First, dangerous weapons. Dangerous weapons means rifle, and rifle only means short barrel rifle. Those three things have to be accomplished for us to get to where you're at.
Yeah, and so they have dangerous weapon, meaning a firearm, but then this section says this section only applies only to a person under 18 years of age who possesses or is armed with a rifle or a shotgun if they're in violation of this other section, which is a short barrel rifle.
So that's an inclusive one. That's all right. Yeah. I think you can make an argument. I think it's an argument, but then I'd have to look at case law.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you start getting the case law, people being charged with, long barrel rifles. Now you got a problem because it's not about what the words on the page, but it's about how the courts have been interpreting it.
Yeah. It's an interesting wrinkle to the case because that's one of the big things is, well, he was illegally in possession of a gun, so therefore he has no self-defense, which, by the way, is not how self-defense works.
No.
It's like you may be guilty of being illegally in possession of a firearm, but you can still defend yourself. Like you're not sentenced to death because you have a gun on you. It's a weird thing. That's another weird thing that people don't seem to get. It's like, well, he said something to the guy, so therefore he instigated it. Now he has to die. It's like, well, that's not how that works. Okay, Mithran
Yeah,
Emrys says law Twitter spends 25% of their time giving bad legal takes, 25% of their time saying others have bad legal takes, 50% of their time huffing their own farts, and all of it in hopes that Daddy Popat will pat them on the head and call them funny. That's pretty accurate.
Love Twitter.
I have a rocky relationship with law Twitter, we'll just say. Alex1607 says, "Hey Nick and Nate, have some jokes. Why did the sperm cross the road? Because I put it on the wrong sock this morning. Because I put on the wrong sock this morning. That's disgusting. Why did a nearsighted gynecologist? What do a nearsighted gynecologist and a puppy have in common? A wet nose. Gross. Bad Vibe says judges are trash who are just as fallible as the rest of us. In some cases, worse because of lack of experience." Okay. Any opinion on that take? That's a spicy take. Judges are trash.
I don't know. I say it again.
It says judges are trash who are just as fallible as the rest of us. In some cases, worse because of lack of experience.
I don't know. I agree with that sometimes. I agree with that.
I agree with it a
I don't
lot.
know. Yeah, I don't. Because you know,
Okay.
I always think like judges usually come from these like the top law students but they really don't have any life experience. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the top judges in the they don't really they've always been in a bubble. Look at no matter what you think about Kavanaugh. Kavanaugh was bred to be a Supreme Court judge.
Right.
Best school, best this, best that. He never worked a day in his life.
Okay, so speaking of that, it sounds like you went to law school later in life like me, right? Yeah. What do you think about that sort of whole premise? Because to me, like I'm in law school. I was like 31, 32. I can't remember. Let's see, I'm 39. This is my 6th year. I graduated 6 years ago, a couple days ago. So let's see. That would have put me at 33 when I graduated. Am I doing math right? I don't even know. Yeah.
39 minus 6, 33. Yeah.
Look, lawyer math. And so, yeah, I would have started when I was 30 or 31, depending on I don't remember what time of year that was. So I'm sitting here and I'm in night classes with a bunch of adults, right? But then when I join the daytime classes and I'm suddenly put in with all these 23-year-olds who just graduated undergrad and they're doing this stuff. And I'm like, how are you going to help someone with a divorce or build a business or close out a business or deal with a rocky breakup of business partnerships? Like, to me, I almost think that lawyers shouldn't be able to go straight from college into law school. That's my opinion. Because I think that the job that we have to do is bigger than just an academic exercise. But I was kind of curious to your as another late starting lawyer, what your opinion on that was.
Yeah, I do think there's a maturity level in becoming a lawyer, because becoming a lawyer is more about relationships with clients and relationships with people rather than just relationships with the law. So I definitely agree with that. Like some of my best accomplishments as a lawyer had nothing to do with the courtroom, but in arguing with the other side and having them understand that I had a case. You know what I'm saying? It's not a judge, but another attorney, and that attorney had to go back to their client and saying, pay this man to keep him quiet because we don't want him to see the inside of a courtroom.
Right.
So I do understand that. But on the other end, I do understand the other side in the sense of, you know, if you have somebody start the career at 23, 22, 23, and they go in and they become, you know, in 10 years, if they're in their 30s, they then do get that experience. They do get those relationships, you know, instead of doing something else. So I think you can have a situation. Should they be full attorneys, or should they have to do a couple of, maybe something like I know to be a doctor, you know, you can't just be a doctor after 3 years of med school. You got to go do residency for 3 years, you know, to make sure you don't break somebody's back or something like that. You know, make sure you
snipping spinal cords here.
Yeah. Like, oh my God, you know, this is my first day. I just graduated. No,
this was a vasectomy, sir.
but for lawyers, we don't have that. We don't have that. And I think something like that will make it alleviate, because, you know, the best thing we have is your clinic program in the third year of law school, which is not enough to really get you into, how do you practice? Because, they don't teach you in law school. They didn't teach us billable hours. They didn't teach us. We didn't learn any of that stuff. We didn't learn about how to start our own business. We learned, here's a couple of tests. Go take the bar with one of these things, and God bless you. That was it.
Yeah. Look. We've taught you how to look in these books that you bought from us for $100 a piece. We've taught you how to read those, and then I want you to take that, and I want you to pass this exam where you spend 2 days hating everything about the world. And then after that, you're definitely qualified to go represent a client. One of my favorite stories is my first criminal case. And like I said, I never worked anywhere. I went straight to my own practice. And I've got a criminal case. I'm at my first appearance for a client. And the judge says, you want a Rule 11 hearing? And I'm like, shit, I have no idea what he's talking about. Like, I have no idea. And you get judges. The one thing I'll credit judges, they know if they've never seen you in their courtroom before.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, you probably want one of these Rule 11 hearings where we get to challenge the evidence. It's like, yep, we want that. We definitely do. But I was like, God damn, they didn't teach us criminal procedure. I took criminal procedure. Criminal procedure as a course, and we learned 0 rules of criminal procedure. It was entirely a 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment class, and they should have billed it as that. Not criminal procedure. But criminal procedure in Minnesota is very specific, as it is in every state. You have a set of rules. There's a hearing schedule that you go through. And they should be teaching you this stuff because they've got like 36-hour rules, 48-hour rules on probable cause hearings. And if you don't know that, you can be ham-boning your clients. And it baffles my mind that they don't teach the practical aspect of it in any way at all. And I went to a law school that built itself as practical wisdom. Like that's the tagline. I'm like, where's the practicality? I did an advocacy class where I learned how to do a deposition, but that's so abstract. That's not teaching me procedure.
No, you know what? It's weird because I always say this: the worst place to learn law is probably at the law school, and this is my experience at law school. You learn the theory of what law is, right? I've learned about fascinating cases. I feel like I had a great experience. But who actually taught me the law was Kaplan. And those 2 months before the bar exam, I learned more law from Kaplan than I did in 3 years worth of law school in 2 months. They taught me every rule. They taught me contracts. They taught me everything I need. I learned more. I was taught more law by Kaplan in 2 months than my law school ever taught me in 3 years.
Yeah,
I don't know if that's the experience for you.
I did Barbary, and it was basically the same thing.
Things I had never heard of before. Yeah. I had to apply on this test randomly in 2 months, right? Things that I had never, things that I never studied.
Yeah, it was the same thing for me. The worst thing for me was I didn't realize Barbary had started. Because I bought the thing, and they're like, there's live classes and stuff, and I'm like, oh God, I graduated and I'm chilling out at home because I had to drive 2 hours to law school each way. And so it was like, I'm finally home all this time and stuff. And then a couple weeks in, some of my classmates in our Facebook chat are like, hey, you guys, this Barbary stuff is great. How you liking the classes? I'm like, oh, that started? They're like, we started 6 weeks ago. I'm like, oh, damn. So then I'm sitting there grinding on the practice tests is what I did. Like grind practice tests and then hit the book and just read and read and read. Cause I went back and I looked at my contracts, like first year contracts, first year Civ Pro. I'm like, I didn't even know what the hell I was supposed to be taking notes on at this time. And you open the Barbary book, they've got these great outlines. Kaplan, I'm sure, is the same. They got these great outlines on contracts. It's like, oh, this is all the stuff I would have known to write down if I had been a lawyer taking law school. But I was an idiot in law school. And so, going in basically blind. It's amazing. Like the whole setup. What?
One thing though, that's my biggest advice to anybody out there who's going to watch this, who's going to want to go to law school. If you want to be the best in your law school class, take a bar course before you go into law school.
Yeah.
And take it for real. Take it as if you're going to try to pass the bar exam. And I bet you when you start law school, you'll be in the top of your class because you'll know all the rules. You'll know everything. They'll just tell you where everything comes from. Like, hey, you know, when they say this, if you guys are, it'll be a review for you. It'll be a slow 3-year review.
Barbary, by the way, is BARBRI. It's a bar exam prep course that you take in the months typically between when you graduate and when you take the bar exam, because over 3 years you absorb a lot of law over a long period of time, and you're supposed to regurgitate stuff you learned 3 years ago over stuff you've learned in the later years. And typically you're getting your foundational stuff that's on the bar exam 3 years ago. And you're getting your more like esoteric type stuff later, where you're talking about advocacy and you're talking about constitutional issues, or you're taking specialized classes on health law or something like that. You're taking medical malpractice in your 3rd year, whereas your test is going to be on contracts, civil procedure, personal injury. So you have to go back and dig deep into the well. So Barbary is your review course to get you prepped for the bar. Same thing with Kaplan. Okay, Great Loner says, have you taken the acceleration pill yet, Nick? We should applaud Zidane for doing all he has done already in the last 48 hours. We should push all the strip clubs to be binary inclusive along with all women's sports. Make America collapse by next year. No, I'm not an accelerationist, and I won't ever be. I have too many kids and too much of a good thing going to want any sort of collapse. So no, thank you. Although I do question many of the actions of the initial administration, but hey, that's what somebody voted for. D Grubs MD667 says, you guys talking about law on YouTube is a nice alternative to the academia-driven narratives that are developing in schools. It is also happening in medicine somehow. Keep it up. That is I don't know about you, but that's one of the most frustrating things I run into is seeing schools talk about law, specifically constitutional law or whatever. I mean, you hear about some of the stuff they teach about government and the Constitution and separation of powers, and you're like, no, or at least me. That's me. My kids are homeschooled, so I don't have it as much, but when I see like news stories or hear other kids talk about it, I'm like, no. I don't.
You know, it's so funny how ignorant. Well, when I was teaching at the law school, I used to find that we would get students who come in who just didn't know simple civics, like, you have 3 branches of government. This is what the judiciary does. This is what the executive does. It's like if you ask 10 people on the street, I think you could probably get like 4 or 5 of them who would just be ignorant. Like what's the president's job? He's president. Like, it's interesting. We assume that everyone knows these basic things, but it's not as what do they say? Common sense is not as common as you think.
Right. And so that leads me to an interesting question about a current topic, right? So Trump has been impeached.
Okay.
And the Senate is talking about delaying his impeachment for 100 days or whatever, right? Give Biden 100 days, then they'll try Trump in the Senate for the impeachment. And there's a competing thought over whether or not they can do this. And if you asked, I think the crazy thing is if you went to a civics textbook and asked if they can try a president for impeachment 100 days after he was out of office, no civics textbook on the planet would be prepared to answer that question. And you got someone like Dershowitz saying they don't have the constitutional authority to do this, which is a bold and very lawyerly sort of approach to it. But that's not the story at all, right? Like, what do you think about this issue? Because to me, it's the Senate and it's impeachment, and their power is basically plenary, and the court has very little opportunity to intervene. So in theory, yeah, they can try him for impeachment. But can they?
Well, just impeachment's a political process. I think a lot of people fail to understand it. It's not a legal process, but a political process. So like when you hear people say that Trump needs due process, he deserves a lawyer, he deserves it, that's just not true. You could actually impeach the person just in a day. The House impeaches and the Senate votes. You can do it all in a day.
There's no you're not owed a hearing. You're not
Yeah,
the only thing you're owed is
a vote in the Senate.
You're owed a trial before the full Senate as the president, whatever the Senate decides that trial is, basically, which is a vote. And it's presided over by the Chief Justice. And that's
that's
it.
Well, in the case, what is it? In Nixon, the Nixon impeachment trial, Judge Nixon.
Yeah.
And even in the Judge Nixon case, they said you're only entitled to a vote because the Constitution says you get a vote, more or less you get a vote in the House to be impeached, and you get a vote in the Senate, but 2/3 has to kick you out. And it's not even 2/3 of the Senate, it's 2/3 president at the time. So if there's 10 senators there, 7 votes get you kicked out.
Yeah, because he got like a judiciary committee vote with like 12 members or something, right?
Yeah, it was something like that. But it's like just 2/3 of the people who are there. That's all you owed. For President Trump, first, my first thing is I'm thinking about this in a couple of different ways. First, if I am analogizing this political process to a legal process, first, let's say I indict you, and then the statute of limitations runs out. Right? Let's say if I indict you on a Monday, but the statute of limitations for that crime runs out on Wednesday. That doesn't matter because the indictment is when I started criminal proceedings. So just so they can say, the statute of limitations ran out 2 days after that, but that doesn't matter because I've already started legal proceedings with you before. So an impeachment is similar to an indictment wherever I've indicted you before you left office. Then the second piece is, does that indictment have any legal effect? Like could something bad happen because of that? Well, you're talking about removing him from office because he's already been removed from office.
Right.
But you are talking about removing things like, the stuff that you get after your president, Secret Service protection, the pension, the check, all that other stuff. You can still, that stuff can be removed. And you can still have the penalty of not being able to run for any federal office again. So those 2 penalties, I think, give them the jurisdiction to say, because that's the only thing you're saying. For those 2 penalties, then yes, we have jurisdiction since he has been impeached while he was in office.
Right.
That's what we can do it. I don't think he could have been impeached after he left office.
Right. I agree.
Before that, that's what gives them because remember, the Senate, only thing they're doing is judging that impeachment. That's it. They're judging whether that impeachment is legit. And that impeachment happened before he left office.
Yeah, and that's where I disagree with Dershowitz, because he says, if they go through with this and they have precedent where they can impeach someone who isn't even elected yet, they'd have jurisdiction over private citizens. And I said, well, not necessarily. I mean, they may. Frankly, they may have that jurisdiction. Like, let's say somehow Charles Manson gets on the ballot and is elected president in some weird, sort of fiasco. Can they impeach Charles Manson as a private citizen as not being qualified for the presidency? They may be able to. I don't know. But I disagree with Dershowitz saying that it automatically confers jurisdiction over private citizens because of the situation you mentioned. He's technically impeached. They voted on it prior to him leaving office. So then we get to the judgment thing. My concern is, are they going to try and end run around the removal process to get to the second vote, right? The second vote is the one where we keep him out of any future office. So we prevent a 2024 run or something like that. Do they try and circumvent the initial point? And so in a legal case, you'd make the argument, right? If you're on Trump's team, you'd say this should be dismissed, Your Honor, because it's moot. He's already out of office, and the primary purpose of impeachment is removal. They, of course, would argue, no, that's a purpose of impeachment, but the primary purpose is the whole thing, removal plus disqualification. So we need to have that, we need to have the impeachment trial to get to the second one. I'm just kind of curious, and this is purely hypothetical. Do you think they're going to try and do an end run around that first vote? Because it's technically, it's moot. That issue, they can't remove him from office. But in every other case, it's been, you need to hit that initial qualification of removal before you can move to disqualification. But there's nothing that says that anywhere.
Well, the thing, the way I am understanding it is that it seems like the founders have aligned this like a trial. Impeachment is really just an indictment, right? It's an indictment of the president. And the Senate judges the impeachment. They judge the impeachment. So and sitting in judgment of the impeachment, you need to then go move to the conviction stage of the impeachment, where is he convicted of the impeachment? Is it conviction or not conviction? That's what the first vote is.
Right.
The second vote about whether he should be removed from office or even stopped from holding future office, that's the punishment phase. You can't have a punishment unless you have the conviction. So they have to convict a 2/3 so they can then initiate the punishment phase. It's just like a jury saying he's guilty, and then you have the punishment phase on how much time you're going to get. So that's why I don't think you can skip that first vote, because you'll be punishing somebody who hasn't been convicted.
That makes sense. I hope they adopt your thing. The interesting question though is like, so hypothetically, let's say they don't. What do you challenge? Like, does Trump try to go to the Supreme Court and say they can't do that? And then does the Supreme Court take the case? Maybe not.
I think in this case, the Supreme Court would.
Right.
And for two reasons, because they can't really judge the value of the impeachment. The fact, like the House the House has impeached a judge before for being drunk. They literally, a judge was impeached for being drunk, and he was removed from the bench for being drunk. So which is
ridiculous.
Yes. But actually, it was more mental illness. They believe the person was actually mentally ill, but it presented as being drunk. But they impeached the guy for being drunk and removed him from office for being a federal judge. This has happened before. This is not BS. So since the bar is really low, the court can't say, well, that impeachment for drunkenness is wrong, right? They don't have the authority to do that because the Constitution gives the sole right to impeachment to the political branches. But what the court can do is look at the process, right?
Yeah.
Were you impeached by the House? Did you have yes. Were you convicted in the Senate? If you weren't convicted, then there's no punishment. And that's where I think your rights would be established, because the Constitution says you must be convicted in the Senate before you get punished. You can't punish somebody who hasn't been convicted. So I don't think you can get around that 67 votes, because why would you be punishing the person? They haven't been convicted of any crime.
Right.
The Senate has to convict you.
That'll be I accept your argument as the most likely true thing. I think you nailed it. What I think will be interesting is seeing the arguments that it shouldn't be that way coming up. Because
that'll be
Because I think they're gonna. I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I think there's gonna be some weirdo, right? Like, I don't know if it's gonna be Schumer or some like more fringe Democrat senator, or maybe it's gonna come from the House, and they're gonna file a motion to bypass the 2/3 vote since he's out of like. I want to see that argument, and I'm gonna be curious how that turns out. I think that'll be really interesting. And I do, like, as much, I don't think, I hate the idea of impeaching someone when they're on the way out of office or they're out of office. I don't like it because I worry about cyclical political violence in general, because I see history and I see other countries involving, those sort of tactics where you're punitive towards your political opponents, and that leads to civil war. I don't want that. Like I said, I have a bunch of kids in a nice house. I don't want civil war. I want anything to do with it ever again. Like, you guys can be gung-ho with guns all you want. I like my stuff. So that's why I don't want that. But I do think that we live in this really privileged time. And I mentioned this kind of before stream, is like, we get to watch something that never happens. I mean, the impeachment of a president, I mean, it happened with Clinton, but prior to Clinton, it didn't happen since Andrew Johnson. Like, 1800s, it's been since we've impeached a president. And now we've got an impeachment. We've got two impeachments. One, which I think a shame of the House and the Senate is they have not formally recognized that first impeachment was a complete sham in light of the Carter Page revelations that came out after it. But two, we have the opportunity to see not only an impeachment, but one that happens after someone has left office, which to my reading has only happened twice before, and only in regards to other officers, both of whom were acquitted of their impeachments. There was Grant's secretary of something, and he was impeached with the same thing, impeached, and then after leaving office, they held the trial. and they determined that he didn't do anything wrong. And then the other guy, who I don't even remember, was impeached, left office. I think he resigned, trying to avoid the impeachment. And they eventually ruled that that they didn't have jurisdiction over him. That was an actual, like, the Senate voted that they didn't have jurisdiction over this person. So basically a motion to dismiss in the Senate passed in a weird way. So we get to see something that, and those guys weren't presidents, that we never get to see. And that's one thing the Trump administration has brought a lot of. I wanted him to bring more. This is one thing I wanted. Do you remember when Trump had his executive order on the immigration, or not immigration, but basically people coming in from 5 Muslim states?
Yeah, I remember that.
And Hawaii is where it got challenged, and the judge in Hawaii basically said, "Nope, this is invalid. This executive order is invalid," which was ludicrous, because by the plain language of the statutes passed by Congress, he had the authority to do it. That's what the Supreme Court ended up finding. What I wanted Trump to do, though, and even though I disagree with this as a policy, I wanted him to furlough the entire air traffic control staff of Hawaii. Because I want to test the limits of presidential power when we have the opportunity to do so. And I think that'd be a really interesting sort of thing. Like, so Hawaii says, okay, the president's executive order is invalid. So a president says, okay, Hawaii, your travel is invalid, because if you're not willing to uphold my executive order, I don't trust the flights coming in there. So we're going to furlough all FAA air traffic controllers as a branch of the federal government, and then try and get a federal judge to order the federal government to employ people in the FAA in a particular space. I think would be really challenging. And so I don't agree with the presidential power, but I want to see the test of it. So that's what okay, go ahead.
No, I'm thinking, let's say, because I'm trying to run your scenario through. Let's say that's happened. Let's say if he does it, he says, okay, we're going to furlough them. There are a couple of hurdles you got to get over. First, the collective bargaining agreement between the air traffic controllers and the government itself, right? That's what Reagan had. That's what happened with Reagan. Reagan, remember, they went on strike. He fired them all, and then they hired new ones, but then they had a new collective bargaining agreement. So you'd have to deal with that.
Sure.
So, is that even allowed? Then you have to talk about government contracts too with these particular air companies and stuff to have, to do all that stuff to provide air travel. The government can't just shut it down because they want to, right? They have contractual agreements with those people too. So it would be hard to do that.
But it'd basically be a check, right? The government would have to pay damages for breach. Getting a court, and a court could mandate.
No, you get a preliminary injunction. Or you get a TRO. You go right to the TRO. Hey, listen, this is what's going on. The union will be right there. Everybody will be right there. Hey, this is what's going on. It's irreparable harm. We need to fly. And they'll say you can't do it. They'll restrict them from doing it.
Right, but might I counter with they TRO'd DACA's ending, right? And Trump just said, yeah, but screw it. I'm ending DACA anyway. And it's that's what I'm talking about. Because my whole life, I went through life going, okay, the president's power is really limited. He's a limited executive figure. He's curtailed by Congress in these restraints. And then I get into con law, and my professor challenges me and the whole class with the idea of reading, by the way, Article 2, Section 1. Let me read these to you. Article 1, Section 1, so this is legislature, right? All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States. All right, pretty simple. Article 2 opens a little bit differently. And I think it's really important, this difference. So hold on. Article 2. Where is it? Oh my God. Article 2, Section 1 says, the executive power shall be vested in a president of the United States of America. So in Article 1, it's all legislative powers herein granted. But in Article 2, it's the executive power, which in 1791 means the executive, the king, a kingship, right? All the powers of a monarch are vested in, except as otherwise limited by the Constitution. Whereas the legislature is powers granted in the Constitution and limited by. So you have a distinct difference. And we saw this with FDR, and we really didn't see it since. I think the federal executive has a ton more power than we've seen in your lifetime, my lifetime. And that's what I found really interesting about Trump, because all of these things that we took for granted as, oh yeah, the executive can't do that. Well, with DACA, he did. I mean, he followed the Andrew Jackson model, right? Supreme Court has made their ruling. Now let's see them enforce it. And I find that this very interesting thing. So I'm kind of curious about the limits of presidential power. And the same thing with Obama. And I argued this on Facebook back before I'd ever done a live stream or whatever. But when Obama granted a couple million green cards basically by executive stroke, my problem with his order from a con law perspective was he only granted them temporarily or something like that. And it's like, I think if he had just given them green cards, he actually would have been in better standing as far as executive power goes. But he decided to add some limits and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, wait, if the president is a sole organ and they determine a sole organ of foreign affairs, basically, or foreign relations, and they determine that granting an executive action to give citizenship to a bunch of people, I mean, it rubs up against Congress's naturalization process, but this isn't naturalization. This is an executive action saying that as a diplomatic action to Mexico, we're going to go ahead and give 2 million people green cards. Can the president do that? And I almost think that they can. And I think there's a real conventional wisdom that's based on these sort of gentlemen's agreements that we've had with our executive over the past 50, 60 years that don't portray an accurate relationship to what the Constitution says. So I just find it all curious.
You know, I'm thinking as an academic exercise.
Yeah,
I'm thinking all of these things work together in the symmetry that the founders put together. In the simplest form, the legislature writes the laws, the executive executes the laws of the legislature, and the judiciary interprets those laws. Right, tells you what they mean. So for our, the Constitution, the most powerful branch of government that a lot of people don't understand is the legislature, is Congress, right? Because Congress can throw everybody else out of office. If they want to throw the president out, the Supreme Court judge, they can do that. They have that power, and that's because they're closest to the people, right? They're a little bit less removed than the courts and even the legislature. I mean, even the president. But the president's power to execute, the president's power, actually, if not derived from what's specifically offered in the Constitution, is actually all derived from his executing the laws of the legislature, right? Other than executing the laws of the Constitution,
sure,
it's the law of it's what the legislature puts out there, right? This is what we want you to do, and traffic and all this, whatever laws that he puts forward. So the president himself is confined, right? The legislature has the purse strings. So, he can't hire anybody if we don't allocate any money for him to do so. So you have this back and forth relationship, even with the military. The military, the Constitution says the military has to be funded every 2 years, right? Yeah, that's not even automatic. They still have to vote. If they don't vote, they don't get the money. So, as the executive in this type of system, I think the president is restrained by the checks and balances of the legislature itself. And if the president says, the president doesn't have to execute any law. He doesn't have to, and that's what you had with Bush and with Obama. DACA is really the president saying, I am not going to enforce this law against these people. Right?
Yep.
If you come forward, I am not going to enforce this law. My prosecutors aren't going to prosecute you for this. Mm-hmm. He has that right, but the next president has the right to say, I am going to prosecute these people.
Au contraire.
That's what Trump was arguing.
Yeah.
I have the right to prosecute these people because that was his thing. But Obama and his team did something very interesting. What they did is that they said, okay, if you come forward, as a condition of you coming forward and giving us your name and coming out of the shadows, we're going to give you this status of not going to prosecute you.
Yep.
So now it's just like if I have a deal with one prosecutor and then the next prosecutor comes in, unless he's from another jurisdiction, my deal still should be good with this guy, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they're saying. If they, there's some equity there. They came and did what was asked of them. Now the government has to hold up their ends of the bargain. That's what Trump got caught up with DACA. So, could he tell the court to go F themselves? Yeah, but the fact of the matter, he couldn't deport those people because the court said that they had this interest. They did what you told them to do. The government said, you do X and we won't do this. Then you know what you've done? You've deferred prosecution because they did exactly what you asked them to do.
Right. And it's interesting though how that, like, academically that makes a ton of sense, but how it plays out practically is so weird, because if we take that logic and apply it to the defense distributed case, right? Are you familiar with that? The 3D printed guns?
No, I'm not familiar
Okay.
with 3D printed guns.
So the guy who did the 3D printed guns, Cody Wilson, he had a company called Defense Distributed, and they were being prosecuted for a long time under the Obama administration. Trump administration comes in, and the prosecutors say, hey, you know what? We're actually going to drop the case. The government's proposing new rules on import-export stuff, and this is no longer going to be illegal. Well, then, so they're like, cool, we're in the clear. Well, then a bunch of states sue, started by Gruel, who's in New Jersey, I think.
Mm-hmm.
He leads the charge and gets 21 attorneys general on board, and they actually sue Defense Distributed and the State Department and say they can't make the rule change, and therefore the plea agreement or the dropping of the case settlement is invalid, and they demand prosecution. And the judge is like entertaining this thing. This case has been going on for like 2 years now. It's just a cluster. But I just find it amazing. Like it's that difference that you were talking about earlier, the difference between the academic and the theoretical and then the practical, where to me, and this was the Flynn case too, right? Like the feds say, yeah, actually, we're not really interested in prosecuting and punishing this guy anymore. For whatever reason.
Yes.
They do that. And then Sullivan's like, no, we must do it. It's like, wait, but the defense doesn't want to go through with it, and the prosecutor doesn't want to go through with it. Why is the judge requiring a prosecutor to go through with it? Kind of gets rid of that whole impartiality thing when you look at it that way. That doesn't seem right to me.
See, it's funny because as a prosecutor, the Flynn case fascinated me in this sense.
Yeah.
Flynn pleaded guilty to the first judge, and then the first judge recused himself.
Yeah.
Then Flynn pleaded guilty to Sullivan. So he pleaded guilty to Sullivan. Sullivan took his plea, and Flynn was supposed to then he was supposed to testify at the Rafikian trial, because Rafikian with Flynn was supposed to be going down, and Rafikian said he's not taking a deal. He wants to go to trial. Yeah. Rafikian goes to trial. He gets convicted, but then a judge throws out his conviction because of insufficient evidence, right? They said the evidence was insufficient as a matter of law.
Yeah.
So then Flynn says, oh, crap, I should have just went to trial with Rafikian because all his charges was thrown out, right? So Flynn is now stuck holding the bag. Rafikian, who he was being held over to go testify with, then you had the new administration come in. They said, okay, we believe because the evidence was so bad with Rafikian, they're like, okay, well, we don't really think we got the goods on Flynn either, because the evidence is very similar. So the government then comes in and says, we want to drop the case. But now this is where the problem comes in, I think, procedurally. And this is why I said it was going to be a problem. And this is for all the people out there. The trials usually have two phases. It has the guilt phase, especially criminal trials, the guilt phase, and then it has the punishment phase. And in civil cases, it has the same thing too. You have the liability phase, and then they call it the damages phase, right? Damages, liability, and damages. But it's the same thing in criminal law. The guilt phase is when all the evidence presented, you can't present hearsay evidence, you can't present propensity evidence. There's very strict rules at the guilt phase. And then at the end, you have a jury that says this person's either guilty or not guilty.
Right.
After that's done, and if somebody pleads guilty, it's just the same as the majority found them guilty. So that part of is done. Now, during the guilt phase, the prosecutor can drop the case at any point. Before the jury comes in, the prosecutor can come in and say, hey, I'm dropping all charges and walking out, right? It's over, right? Before that jury comes back, the prosecutor has full prosecutorial discretion to continue the case or drop the case. After that guy pleads guilty, the prosecutor now loses that discretion because now the court gets jurisdiction for damages, right? It's the
Right.
court's game.
Yep.
And in some states, like I don't know if you remember Amber Geiger from Texas, which
Yeah.
after she was convicted of murder, how it was the judge and the jury who determined how much time the prosecutor had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
It was just the judge and jury. Go ahead.
Texas. My mom actually sat on a death row jury in Texas.
Oh, wow.
And the guy, they found the guy guilty and they sentenced him to death. He's actually out. He's released from prison because
Wow.
they later decided he was incompetent, which is a travesty in my opinion. This guy definitely did it, right? He went to a McDonald's where he used to work. He held the place up. He put his manager down on his knees and executed him on camera. Like, no doubt, this was the guy who did it. No doubt, first-degree murder, capital offense because it's in along with another felony robbery. He 100% guilty. But they later, after I don't know, 25 years, determined that he was not guilty, and that he was not competent to stand trial. And it was this guy's only alive today because he got stabbed in prison, which delayed his execution because he had to recover from being stabbed. But yeah, the guy's name is Garfield, I think is his last name. But he wanted to join his Iranian brothers. I don't think he was even Iranian, frankly. I think he was Hispanic. But he wanted to join his Muslim brothers over in Iran during the early 80s. And so he was robbing the McDonald's to get money to go down to Mexico and catch a plane to Iran to go fight in the resistance. That was the idea.
Damn.
And
everything.
Yeah, and I mean, this is not a crazy or stupid man. What they used as evidence to prove that he was not competent to stand trial was his poetry that he was writing. He wrote letters to his brothers in Iran, his brothers in Islam, and they were, they had a bunch of fantastic and mythological type language in them, and they said this man's crazy, and he's not competent, and that was it. It's like, what? This guy isn't crazy; he's eloquent. Like, this is weird that they were doing this, but that's how that case ended up. But anyway, yeah, the jury had the discretion on the death penalty. I mean, they had to actually vote on whether or not what the punishment would be. That's how Texas does things. Sorry, that was a roundabout way.
No, you're 100% right because there's two phases. So the juries in those cases, and most states, the judge is the one that comes up with the punishment, and so in the federal courts. So that's what happens here is that after he pleaded guilty, the federal court now has their jurisdiction. And Judge Sullivan was like, well, hold on, I can still give him time because he's already pleaded guilty. But now the government comes in after that point and says, no, we want to drop charges. But then it's kind of like, but you can't drop charges because he's already pleaded guilty to charges. There are no charges to drop. He's already said he's guilty. So how do you drop charges? And he's already so I think that is kind of where it all just kind of got mashed up in.
Yeah.
And it just had enough where it was a unique question because usually you don't have people who plead guilty. Then the prosecutor says, we want to drop the charges of people who pled guilty. That's I've never seen that happen. Or I don't know, maybe have you? If somebody's pled guilty, then after they plead guilty, the prosecutor is able to drop charges. Usually the court has to agree to that.
Right. Now, I've never seen that happen. However, isn't there a rule of professional conduct where if a prosecutor is presented with specific evidence of a person's innocence, that they are obligated to provide that evidence to the court, even post-conviction?
Yes. Yes. You have to. If it's even now it's shit. What's the name of the case? It's Brady. I'm talking about what's the name of the case. It's Brady v. Maryland. Brady v. Maryland. But it's Brady material. But even that, I think in this case, in Flynn's case, they had some Brady issues. So there were some Brady issues that they had
because it was
that was a big problem,
that he was basically that he was not presented with exculpatory evidence that should have been presented in discovery, I think was one of them. And then there was, I remember reading about, I don't know if this came out in the trial, but I remember reading about a threat to prosecution of loved ones or siblings or something like that, almost an extortionate threat.
No,
And
but that's what they do. That I'm just keeping it 100. And what
oh yeah,
happened is, for people don't know what happened with Flynn. It was Flynn, it was his son, and it was Rafiki. And
yeah,
people, it was three of them. It was the Flynn Intel group. Flynn's son was Flynn's chief of staff. In other words, he was making money off daddy's pop. Flynn's son had just had a baby. The feds then came up with this thing about them being, secrets for a thing. And then they charged, they were going to charge Flynn, Rafiki, and Flynn's son.
yeah,
Flynn then flipped and said, "Okay, I just don't want you to charge my son. He just had a baby,
right, yeah,
And and then Flynn pled guilty to protect his son. And then Rafikian said, I don't give an F. I'm going straight to trial. And Flynn was supposed to testify against Rafikian, and that was the way he saved his son. So they did do him dirty, but that's the way it all worked out.
yeah. And like you said, you're keeping it 100. They do that. It's
Oh no doubt about it.
That's why you don't want to be Fed prosecuted. There's a guy here in Minnesota. His name is Howard or Harold Root. I never remember first names. He was the he created a company that made stents, right? That you put in for various heart procedures, and he got prosecuted for falsely advertising that one stent that was they sold like 20 different sizes of stent for different size veins, right? You have different length veins, different stents go in different places. There's one like this big, and he was indicted for false advertisement that stent had been FDA approved for a specific procedure. And now the interesting thing about his case was that not only did he not advertise it, it was in one sales meeting in Colorado. This guy's from Minnesota. A Colorado sales manager printed a flyer only for the sales force that said that this thing had FDA approval. They had no evidence that this thing had ever even reached a doctor. And the craziest part was, even if it had reached a doctor, and if every allegation the state had made was true, it was legal. It was not recommended. It was not recommended, but it was legal. So this guy gets prosecuted. He gets federally indicted, spends 18 months under federal indictment, costs his company $20 million to defend him because they had depositions in something like 40 states on this thing. And then the prosecution makes their case on a judge in Texas who had zero acquittals on federal felony charges under his record. And the prosecution makes their case. Defense stands up and says, "We rest your case, Your Honor," or "We rest our case, Your Honor," and sit down. And he gets acquitted because it was like a bad prosecution in general.
Yeah.
But what they did to try and get him to plea was one of his executives was from some other country, had come in here, was on green card status or maybe pending green card status, something, and had a baby, and they threatened to deport the woman, the mom, if he didn't, if someone didn't flip, and if she didn't cooperate, they threatened to deport her. And then if people didn't cooperate against him, they were threatening her, and they were threatening a couple of the other executives with stuff. And that's just how the feds do it, right? Like,
I don't think people. I think people fail to realize, and I tell people this all the time. Cops can lie to you, people.
Oh yeah,
I've done it. It's easy to do. I remember one time.
I hate it.
there was off. It's something that it's people are usually shocked, but obviously you have to be wary when you do it, because when you do it to a suspect, if the suspect knows you're lying to them, then you lose that trust, because suspects only think that for some reason cops can only tell them the truth. So what you do, you play off that. You're like, if I can only tell you the truth, then you're gonna be more likely to believe anything I say. So for instance, I had one time a guy who we caught for shoplifting. There was a bookstore. He stole a book, so we happened to be outside there. So we arrested the guy. He literally ran into our arms, right?
Yeah.
Shoplifting. He's, we got, I think it was a grand larceny. So we got him for felony. We lock him up, right? We're taking him in. So now we got we got to get all this paperwork. We got to get all these it's just like it gets crazy. But we can get a lot of this stuff going faster if this guy just confesses. If he just says I did it, things go a lot smoother. But he's not going to say that, right? He's going to fight it. I didn't take nothing. It's nothing. So we get there.
These books only cost $500. They were on sale.
No, these are college books. These are the books from a college bookstore.
Oh, okay, sure.
So they were like 3 or 4 textbooks they're taking. These are like $300-400. I know it's kind of shocking, but these are like $300 or $400 books. It's insane. And they're ripping you off. For you guys in college, for the bookstore, they're ripping you off. They're ripping you off with those hardbound books. They should just have more digitally, but that's a story.
No kidding.
But but what happens is, so we go and I'm taking him into central booking. Now, before you get inside, you got to search him and all that stuff. So the desk sergeant usually asks, he says, "Hey, what do we got here?" So I said, "We got 1st-degree rape." So this guy just goes crazy. No, I didn't rape anybody. No, this is not a rape. No. I stole books, and this guy keeps going on, and he would not shut up. I just stole books from the bookstore. I did it. I'm like, this is not going to let me get them on my rape charge. So he keeps saying it, just stole books. So eventually, you want to just write down what happened. This guy takes the pen, writes down what happened, gives up all his rights, writes it all down. I went there, stole books, blah, blah, blah. This, gives us a full confession, sworn statement. That's it. Ball game over.
That's all cold as shit, man.
But he didn't want to go into prison under a rape charge because supposed to do what they do in prison. So by me saying that to this guy, he gave it all up. He gave it everything up.
Oh, beautiful. Man, that's cold.
Yes, and I've lied to suspects many times before. Many times.
Oh yeah,
it's just something that you do.
That's how it goes. The problem. I mean, I don't like when cops lie to suspects. Actually, no. More appropriately, I don't like that it's illegal for a suspect to lie to a cop. I actually think
isn't that only for the feds? I'm not sure. Maybe where you're at, that's illegal because they can lie to us.
Oh, they can.
Yeah, they lie to us all the time. We don't lock anybody up for lying to us.
Okay, in Minnesota, I mean, I haven't had it happen personally, but in theory, you get an obstruction charge. You get something, you get a lying to. I think there's a lying to a police officer charge in Minnesota. Maybe not. I know for feds it is, and that's where it rankles me. It's like, wait, if you can lie to me, I should be able to lie to you. You should have to do your homework if I have to do mine.
But I don't know if can the feds lie to you, because I'm not even sure if they can actually lie to you.
Yeah, I think feds can lie to you. I don't see any reason they wouldn't be able to. But yeah, that's why you tell people, don't ever talk to the police. Actually, every one of my clients who had to plea out, it was because they talked to the cops. I mean, that was the driving factor, is they ended up speaking to the police. It's like, if you would have just not said anything, they don't actually have evidence on you at all. Like I had some clients who were arrested for possession of CBD oil, which is legal.
Yeah.
And that claim, that that part we got dropped, but they admitted to smoking weed. They didn't have any at the time they were arrested, but they admitted to smoking weed while they were firing guns at their house. And it's like, yeah, they get a little high and they shoot a pistol in the backyard or whatever.
Well, why are you telling the cops about it?
Because the cops were there for meth, man. They weren't there for weed. What are you talking about?
We just smoke weed, man. We just smoke weed. Oh.
And that was the thing. The cops actually were there for meth. And the bust was entirely motivated by the fact that they had the entire drug task force raid this house, and they found nothing. They found nothing but CBD. It was a bad report from a bad informant. But that's what they ended up doing. And so then when they get my clients in there, they're like, "No, we don't have meth, man. We just smoke a little. I just smoke weed from time to time." It's like, "Oh, but you have guns." Like, yeah, so let's stop.
Oh my God.
No, don't say anything. Don't say anything. And then they booked him, and it's like, "Well, I thought you were looking for meth." Well, we were.
Yeah, until you give us this.
Right. But
That's horrible, bro. Oh my
yeah,
god, I feel so bad for those guys.
we got a really good deal on it though, because
Oh,
it was all good. I even got their guns back. No big
oh,
deal.
that was nice.
Yeah,
No, ugh.
but
No, you know, you want to hear a case where somebody actually got fucked
yeah,
for not being for not shutting the fuck up. There's a case out there. It's an early case I got. So
okay,
there's a guy who goes and there's like a phenomenon that sometimes goes around where this guy he goes to this laundromat to meet a friend. So him and his friend goes to this laundromat. They're in the laundromat. The friend's niece comes down. They go to the laundromat. So they're all down there. You know, the niece is down there. They're all down there in the laundromat. So eventually, the friend the guy and the niece are down there alone. There's
yeah,
cameras everywhere. So the niece, so something happens with a guy. He goes like into the back to use the bathroom or something. Comes out a couple of like maybe the niece goes upstairs. So maybe like a couple of hours later, the niece calls the niece parents calls the cops, and she says that something happened with him and with her and this guy, and the cops go in and get this guy, right? So now I get involved, right? So now I got to go in and find out what's going on. So I go try to find out what happened. So the cops is like, well, we got a full confession from this guy. I'm like, full confession? What the hell happened? What did he confess to? Aren't there cameras there? What's going on?
yeah.
This guy was facing maybe 10 years. And to show you how bad they had this guy, he had written a 5-page book report on the incident. And it was so bad, he was writing things like, at 12:02, I walked up the stairs. At 12:11,
Oh my
I went here.
God.
At 12:13, I went there. So first thing I'm looking at this, I asked him, I said, hey, what time is it now? He said, how would I know? I was like, because you know it to the minute. Everyone right here on your statement, right?
You know what time it was. I'd assume you know what time it is.
So he was like, no, it's trying to be accurate. I said, yeah, but nobody knows that you were here at 12:02, or 12:13. Nobody does this. You know what this is? This says I'm guilty of whatever they're charging me with. That's all this says. This is going to be used against you in the court of law. He said, they're going to use this against me. Yeah, didn't they tell you? I said, they said, here's the letter right here. It says, we will use this against you in a court of law. Yeah. Did you think they were lying when they wrote it down here and told you to sign it?
Well, I heard cops lie, though.
Yeah. It's like, oh my God. So, but eventually we got the statement thrown out. We were able to get the statement thrown out because we were saying that it was under duress.
Oh, nice.
We were able to get the statement thrown out. But it was just interesting because I think people try to help themselves with talking to the police.
Yeah.
But not understanding that that's what police exactly want you to do. You want to keep the person talking. You want to build a rapport. You want to, like for us, if I know you were a Yankee fan, I had Yankee hats in the back so I could put on a Yankee hat. And next thing you know, we can talk about, the Yankees. How's Aaron Judge? If you're a Knicks fan, I got a Nick hat in the back. If you're this, you know what I'm saying? That's our job. Our job is to build rapport with you.
Yep.
So you can get comfortable and want to talk to me and think that I want to help you. I don't want to help you. I want to put you in jail. That's the reason why you're here.
Yeah, that's one thing I talk about when I talk about interaction with cops is that you have to understand what cops' jobs are. It's not to find out who did a thing or whatever. It's to find someone guilty of a crime. That's it. It's very basic. It's not to find someone guilty of this crime or that crime. It's you find guilt of a crime. And once you do that and you realize that cops are actually very, very good at this job, that's when you respect what they do enough to not talk to them. Because I don't ever want people to think that I say, don't talk to police because it's some sort of defiance or lack of respect or whatever. I know lots of cops. They're good guys. I would never talk. I would never say a word to them in their business because I would be worried that they'd do their job too damn well. They'd find something I did wrong that I'd be guilty of. because, you know, as a lawyer, you're aware, lots of people commit crimes without really trying to, various times. And it's stuff that people colloquially do. Back when I was in college, everybody used LimeWire or Kazaa or something.
Yeah.
These are fed crimes with 10 years in prison, per song that you download, basically. But everybody was doing it. And so you've got stuff like that. One guy was charged with ordering lobster at a restaurant, and it turns out that lobster was part of an international treaty where they weren't allowed to harvest this particular lobster during this particular season. Someone did harvest it, sold it to the restaurant, and under the treaty, the U.S. was obligated to prosecute the violation of this other country's law. And so that guy gets charged. I don't think that guy ended up being found guilty. but he still catches a Fed charge, and that's you don't want to have a Fed charge ever. Right? Like that can ruin your life.
But do you think we're over policed in terms of
100%? Because
don't forget, we have people. We're one of those few countries that have people who are just paid to make laws.
Yeah.
Right. That's all they do. Like you would think like, oh man, we have so many laws, but their sole job is just to write laws. So when you do that, you get too many laws. Like how many laws do you have? State, fed, local, right?
Yeah.
So are you saying, are we over? Do we have too much law?
Yes. And I'll bring this back to the overall issue of police violence and my problem with it. When I think of Garner, Eric Garner up in New York or New Jersey, wherever that was. I can't. Yeah. It was in New York. Rochester? Was it Rochester? It doesn't matter.
No, Staten Island.
Staten Island. Okay, so he's in Staten Island, New York. He's selling cigarettes on the side of on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
And that interaction ends up with the death of someone. And whatever, I don't care where you fall. I think it's unjust. I don't think the guy wanted to kill Eric Garner, but he ended up killing Eric Garner. And so someone dies over a loose cigarette being sold for 50 cents to somebody. I think that's stupid. And so my whole thing with police violence is I think we need to reduce the interactions between police and citizens over things. And I think the way we do that is somehow convince Congress, who, like you said, they get paid to sit around and write laws, but to remind them that every single law, no matter how mundane, no matter how asinine, it ends with enforcement by bullet, logically. Like that's where it goes. It doesn't matter if you say, well, look, if you have a non-criminalized marijuana pisses me off in Minnesota, because it's like, okay, but a non-criminal amount of marijuana is a matter for a jury. So if there's any marijuana on the person, they can still get a citation. They still have an interaction with a cop. And if they're scared because they have a little dime bag of weed, and they end up in an interaction with a cop, they get frazzled, they make a motion and it's misinterpreted and a cop shoots them, or they end up going crazy and stabbing a cop. I don't want either of those outcomes. I don't want criminalization of something petty. And when we start remembering that every single law ends with enforcement by bullet, no matter how petty we write it on paper, hell, speeding tickets have ended up with dead cops, right? Mm-hmm. Like it's a guy gets pulled over for doing 55 and a 40, and he gets scared about what the cop's going to do, and he pulls a gun and shoots him. Or he pulls a gun and the cop shoots him because he has to. It's like that. Yes, I think we're way over policed. Summarizing, I think we're way over policed. I think it's because we have a class of people who are paid to write laws. And the one thing I want to convince Congress of, if I could do nothing else in my life but this, I would be a hero. Congress, we will pay you to do nothing. Right? Like I will pay Congress to go to work every day and not do anything other than pass mandatory budgets and spending bills and not change a single law. I will pay them to do that for like a decade. I don't care. I hate this. Oh, they're a do nothing Congress. That's what I want. I want to do nothing Congress. I want consistency in the law because I want to know what's criminal, what's not. I don't want a new rule. I don't want a new regulation. Everything they do costs millions of dollars. I don't want it.
Yeah, but don't forget when you have people, The right now, I think a lot of times people don't understand the two things in the United States are heavily funded and are not going anywhere. The law enforcement budgets and military budgets.
Yeah.
I'll start with military budgets. The military industrial complex is what? Almost $1 trillion a year we're spending on defense, something like that, something like insane number.
It's a
That
lot.
money is going that money is going to families, it's going to military bases, that millions of people are fed and have lives based on that military budget.
Yep.
So people fail to realize that whole towns and communities and states are dependent on the industrial military complex. So that's why that's not going anywhere.
Right.
The second thing the second thing that we can do something about, but it's still a very high cost, is law enforcement. Law enforcement, I'm talking about the largest employer of people in America is law enforcement, either at the federal level or the state level. You're talking about your FBI, ATF, Border Patrol. All those people are law enforcement, right?
Right.
One of the largest groups. And then your local cops, all the way down to your local cops, your state cops. Every place got a cop, right? There's cops everywhere, all over this country. The issue is that there's so much money in law enforcement. I think it's going to be hard to reform it to the point where you're talking about will be less police, because
Yeah.
when it's when, for instance, the drug war, people think the drug war was a failure. It was a failure in terms of actually doing anything to prevent drugs, because we now have the opioid crisis.
Right.
But it was not a failure if you looked at it from the term of big business. Look at all that body armor they sold to those local cops. Look at all those military contractors. The military had the weapons and they ship them back to the local cops. That, those were the things. There was a financial incentive. The more drugs you caught, the more bigger your budget became, because the more of a problem it had. So I think it became a negative feedback loop. And I think now people are realizing that negative feedback loop. The more crime they find, the bigger their budget gets. But now what happens when we stop doing the crime? They still want those big budgets, right? They don't take my money. We still got to find this crime.
Yep.
So now you're trying to fight against that, because now you have these bloated budgets where like the NYPD's budget's the biggest it's ever been, but crime is the lowest it's ever been. So are we paying to keep the crime low, or are we now just are we still paying to keep too many cops out there?
Not this year, though.
The argument is no, not this year. I'm talking about last year.
Yeah,
last year, most 30-something years.
2019 was beautiful. 2020 everywhere was like, we're talking 30 and 40% increases in violent crime because of the defund the police. Well, I don't know if it's because of it, but
no, I think it's because of the Black Lives Matter movement. I think that's the Black Lives. I think two things. I think it's because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
Obviously, you have more unemployment, more people in poverty. You're going to have higher crime rates. That's just academic. And I think the second thing is because of the BLM. I think the BLM movement is a percentage of the problem too, because it forces cops now. They're afraid to go out there in the places where they would be a little bit more aggressive. Right. They're going to be a little bit more timid, because nobody wants to be on the front of the TV. Nobody wants to be the next guy on TV, talking about, the death threats to my family because I did my job. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants to be that guy.
Yeah.
So I think it's a combination of things, but no one. I think you can't. Some people were blaming it all on BLM, but I don't think you can, because again, you got like 7 million people that just unexpectedly became unemployed last year.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was 5 million in 1 month, for instance, at one point in time. If you have that many people, then that's going to lead to poverty, and that's going to lead to higher crime. So it's just expected.
Yeah. You can't lay all of the blame on BLM, but you can certainly lay a significant portion of the idea as a tangential result, at least, of this idea of defunding the police. I mean, in Minneapolis specifically, the Minneapolis PD sent out flyers to communities on how to live through like a carjacking or a stick up, and it was basically give them everything they want because we're not coming, was what they told them. And it's like,
wow.
And it's like, what? And so you send this out, and you're indiscriminate, so you're sending it to the criminals too, who are like, oh wait, if I go do a carjacking or if I go steal someone's cell phone and wallet, I'm not gonna get caught. There's no cop who's gonna come shoot me in the middle of it. Like, the chances are I'm gonna get this person to give me everything they want because they think I've got a gun in my pocket, whether I do or not. And then they're going to walk, I'm going to walk away. And that's probably going to be the end of it. And when you combine that with someone who, they worked a retail job or they worked a waiter job or something like that, they're out of work suddenly. You go, well, I can go make $2,000 tonight by taking someone's cell phone, which I can hawk for $400. And then I take someone's credit card and I can go to Target. I can buy my groceries. I can buy a TV. And then I can ditch the credit card and everything else. And then that's done. And no one's going to come after me? Well, hell, I know what I'm doing. I'm taking a Snicker bar in my coat pocket. And I'm sicking people up. That's how it goes. It's crazy. But, I mean, I saw in Chicago, man, they passed 750 murders in 2021. Or in 2020. Which is it's abysmal. And I think it's... Oh, go ahead.
But one thing though, and this is maybe the old law enforcement guy,
Yeah.
it's that the gun debate. Now, I'm a big two-way guy, a big Second Amendment guy, and one of the reasons why is I always feel no one ever talks about the reality of the gun, of what happens with guns. They talk about, and cities like New York and Chicago have the strictest gun laws and thing, but even though these crazy gun violence, they have the strictest gun laws. And one of the issues that happens is that when you do have somebody with the gun, they now become the most powerful person in whatever place they're at, right? So they go to a club, they pull out a gun. What you've done is you've disarmed everybody else and made whoever does have a gun, you've automatically given this person this much power over everyone else.
Right.
But when you go to places, so you would suspect that New York's heavily gun laws would also translate to other places, right? To, like, say, Houston or to other places, even that have very loose guns, because the idea is we need these heavy gun laws to stop gun violence. And if we didn't have them, the gun violence would be crazy. So there's a place like Houston, Texas, or Austin, or one of these other places where they have lax gun laws, we'd see the exact opposite. But you don't. You don't see the exact opposite. You see kind of the same trend. But I think we've been fooled by the anti-gun lobby so much to think that the guns are the problem, and not really been focusing on the fact that it's people that are the problem. And when you look at it, only thing you've done is now just disarm everybody and made them just victims, like you're saying, like in this thing, just victims for the slaughter. Because I would rather be in a room where if somebody pulls out a gun, they had to be cautious that somebody else in that room who was on my side may also have a gun.
Right.
Because that, I think, stops that is as much as a deterrent.
Yeah, preferably like 4 or 5 people.
Yeah. I don't really want too much crossfire, but I would be more concerned. It's like going to try to stick up a gun range versus going to go stick up a daycare. You know what I'm saying? It's that I feel like that's where New York and places like Chicago put you in. But going back to Chicago, I feel that honestly, when you have that type of problem and the liberals are there and they can't solve it, it's what are people supposed to do? Because it's weird, and I always found this to be so strange. If you're a black male, you're more likely going to be killed by another black person, and that's true for white people too, and that's true for Asian people too, right? You are more likely going to be killed by somebody of your own race if you happen to be killed or harmed. That's just a fact of reality,
right? Because we're inherently tribal people. Lots of crimes happen within either family units or communities. Actually, I think the overwhelming majority of crime happens within either a family unit or a local community. That's just how it goes. So, and because of our tribalistic nature, white people tend to be in white communities. Black people tend to be in black communities. Hispanic tend to be in Hispanic communities. So you're going to find the overwhelming majority of crime to be localized and related to the race due to the ethnic makeup of whatever neighborhood you're in. I mean, that's just how it goes. Yeah. It's weird to me that people are so uncomfortable acknowledging that.
That's just a fact about reality. You can't help if somebody just doesn't want to. These are facts,
right?
So in Chicago, we're talking about blacks killing other blacks, right?
Yep.
We're not talking about black police officers. Now, don't get me wrong. I do think if you're saying this is an institutional problem, institutional racism problem, where you don't want your law enforcement officers doing, but that's a different issue.
Yeah.
I'm talking about just this issue of 700 black people, not 700 black people, but a high amount of black youth being killed by gun violence in Chicago.
Yeah, and I mean, it's probably close to 700 in all honesty. I mean, because that's Chicago in particular. Chicago doesn't have a crime problem necessarily. Chicago has a gang problem. I was going through Chicago, and one of my relatives, small town Minnesota, is like, "Oh, you worried about being in Chicago?" I was like, "No." Like, I'm going to be a white guy in downtown Chicago. I'm about as safe there as anywhere else on the planet. Like, it's one of the safest places to be. I'm not going to Southside Chicago where the gangland is. And more importantly, I'm not carrying a bunch of weed from a rival sort of crew. Like, I'm okay. It's going to be fine.
No, but the one thing though about this whole thing though, I always find now, is that now it's tough to talk about black on black crime. Like if you bring up the fact that there's this high amount of crime in black communities and that there's a problem in that it's an epidemic almost, and we have to tend to take care of it. It's almost like we can't talk about that anymore. It's sad to say that black on black crime is an issue that we should be talking about seriously, because 700 deaths in Chicago is a problem. It's a problem.
Yeah.
And just ignoring it to say that it's more important that that a cop, like the cop in what's it called, the thing that happened in Minnesota, right?
Oh, Chauvin and Floyd. Yeah.
That's a horror show, and that should not happen. But because that happens, that shouldn't deter us from talking about an actual problem that's killing something like 700 people. That's like almost 2 a day, from gun violence. That's insane. A lot.
It's insane to think
that's a lot.
And yeah, that's the crazy thing about this is when you bring up, okay, black on black violence is a problem. And well, why is it a problem? It's like, okay, because black on black crime is proportionally murder-wise, the numbers are similar to white on white crime, yet we're talking about extremely disparate amounts of general population percentages. So this is a problem. And then people go, well, you're just saying that black people are violent. It's like, no, we have to address the problem and we have to name the problem. That doesn't mean that the cause of the problem is inherently racial or genetic or something like that. It can be related to economics. It can be related to education. It can be, it can be related to the problem with the family unit. For example, like single motherhood, obviously being higher percentage in black communities than in other communities. And that has been cited as one of the issues. Like, we have to figure out what the problem is, but if you cripple us from just talking about it, if talking about a problem is racist, we can't ever solve a problem. And that's crazy town to me. It's
one of these sacred cows that I always find. It's like they want you to talk, they want you to be cognizant about it, but don't want you to talk about it.
Right. I want you to understand the problem, but we don't want to solve it, because solving it that'd be mean.
You're being ridiculous. Don't do it. Don't solve it. No, one of my big pet peeves is that even talking about this issue, it's true that like right now, even stating facts, I think starts getting problematic, because it's true. More black men are in prison, more black men are pulled over, we can name all those stats. But if you talk about the indicators, the natural indicators of crime as a professional, things that you would have find in high crime neighborhoods, high unemployment, usually lower wage or lower end jobs, high poverty levels, things like public housing, things of that nature, you would find, and you find those in white communities. White poor communities have higher crime rates, comparable to black communities that are poor. So obviously, if you're talking about bad schools, you're talking about this, all those lead to the higher crime rates, right? All those indicate the higher crime rates.
I watched Bangin' in Little Rock. Those were all white guys.
Bangin' in Little Rock. But that's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about reality of, okay, so we know what causes, these higher crime rates. And then we say, well, why are these people subject to these particular situations? Why do we have heavier poverty here? It's interesting that we had a problem in New York City, gentrification, the neighborhood that I lived in.
Yeah.
It went from, well, just to show you, the neighborhood I lived in is one of the smallest precincts in New York City, but at one time had the highest murder rate in the city of New York. We have more murders in that precinct than the other precinct in New York City at the height of the crack epidemic. So it was really bad.
Yeah.
So there, when I first moved there, you could get an apartment there for about $500 a month, right? And the apartment that you can get, like a nice 4 or 5 bedroom apartment for $500 a month, super cheap, in Manhattan near Central Park. Then we moved. Then gentrification started happening. So what they started doing was just Giuliani came in and started working on those what they call quality of life crimes, jumping the turns, not paying the fare on the bus, graffiti, all those little bitty crimes. So what they started finding is they would arrest somebody for stealing a juice. Come to find out the guy's got $50,000 in his pocket and 2 keys of coke. Right. Like, what the hell is this guy stealing the juice for? But for some reason, this guy's stealing juice or not paying his fare on the bus.
Principle of the matter that juice is overpriced.
Yeah, he's got. There was one guy they caught. He didn't pay a $2 fare. They caught him. And he got $70,000 in cocaine on him. It's like, what are you doing? And like $20,000 in small bills. It's like, why didn't you just take $2 and just pay the goddamn fare? But anyway, so that's what they started clamping down on those. But what happens is that crime started going down.
Yeah.
And what happens with crime and then what happens is they start putting charter schools in. Charter schools, for instance, in my neighborhood, we went from having some of the worst schools in the city of New York to some of the best schools in the state of New York.
Yep.
So now you got better schools. You got low crime. Now what starts happening? People who were living downtown said, well, hey, crime is lower. Schools are better.
Rent is still
apartments
cheap.
Apartments are $500 a month. Right? They come up there, but people are saying, no, well, I'm only renting for $500. I'll give you $1,000 cash, and I'll pay you 12 months ahead of time. Right? Here's all 12 grand right now.
Yeah.
Then rents go up. Rents naturally go up. So then you go to a situation where you're $500 a month for a 4-bedroom turns into $5,000 a month for a 4-bedroom, right? Because people now are moving into this neighborhood. So we started having what they call a gentrification, where people now, where the hood was actually becoming a better neighborhood, but people couldn't afford to live in the hood anymore because of it becoming a better neighborhood. So now, so this is what I'm talking about some of those underlying problems. And one of the weirdest things about it is that that problem started being found out early, right? Where it was like, well, hold on, now you have people who have $1 million properties who do, properties were worth nothing earlier because, now the neighborhood just suddenly blew up. People like the Democrats who are here started selling their property and then making luxury houses.
Yeah.
And knowing that the people who were building these houses couldn't sell them to the people in the neighborhood. Obviously, they couldn't afford them. So they were actually selling out their own people. These are Democrats in Harlem selling out their own people.
Oh, yeah.
To bring other people in. And they knew they were doing it. They weren't making low-income housing. They were making luxury houses. And that's what they did. But what my question after all of that was, how do you solve that problem? Because we saw that happen here in New York, where you saw poor, deprived neighborhoods that went from super bad to extremely good, but now the people who were living there couldn't afford to stay there. They now had to go to other bad neighborhoods to live. How do you solve that problem?
Yeah, and that's the question. I don't know. One thing I found interesting, I brought up a couple times, and I've got to circle back to something in a minute. So that's coming. But
go ahead.
No, I want to talk about this real quick. There's proactive policing came about as a result of a study that was done, I believe, in the 70s. Do you listen to Malcolm Gladwell at all?
No, who's Malcolm Gladwell?
Sorry. Okay, I love Malcolm Gladwell. He was a writer for the Atlantic and the New Yorker. And he has he has this amazing podcast. It's called Revisionist History, and it's taking a second look at historical events, and they could be big events, they could be small events. He covers all sorts of things, right? Like anything from the founding of the country onto suicides as a result of college football. One of the things he looked at was this idea of crime, and this is in the wake of one of the police shootings or whatever. But basically, proactive policing was studied in the 70s, and the result we got is what we have now, where you have proactive policing in all these communities. You have increased sort of interaction with cops, something we were talking about earlier. You've got cops pulling people over for taillights and headlights and stuff like that. But where the genesis of that was from a study, and I think it was in like St. Louis or Kansas City. I can't remember. It was a Midwest metropolis. And the long and short was they found out based on this study that 50% of violent crime was relegated to 5% of neighborhood city blocks specifically. And if they heavily policed those city blocks, they could eliminate almost all of that 50% of crime that was there. Because of the economic environment, they weren't mobile. These people weren't economically mobile to move to a different block and commit crime somewhere else. So they ended up just basically eliminating this huge chunk of crime over a long period of time. And and then not only did they find it there, in subsequent studies across subsequent metro areas across the entire globe, they found the same thing, that in London, in Paris, in, pick a metro area, in Seoul, Korea, whatever it is, about half of the violent crime is relegated these 5% of city blocks. And if they just heavily police those, they could eliminate that crime, and it's not mobile. So I find this fascinating. The problem was, once they got that info, people called them racist because disproportionately these 5 city blocks in the U.S. would have some sort of minority, because it's very uncomfortable to talk about, but there's a reality about economics in the country. And that's where you go, when you enslave people for 150 years of the country, they're going to be behind economically for a long period of time. To reach parity is going to take, we've still got probably a century before we're at actual economic parity of various minorities in the country, right? Asians do very well. African Americans and Hispanics and indigenous people lag behind. That's a product of policies that are long dead, but they take a long time to catch up, in the same way that it takes a long time for women to catch up in places in like executive positions. Well, women weren't really allowed in executive positions until 40 years ago. You can't expect that suddenly we're going to have parity in executive positions for women when it's only been about 40 years that they were allowed to be in them. So because of this, you have an economic disparity, and these are the high impacted communities. So that was considered to be racist or racial profiling to go after these specific areas. So what they did instead was they added this proactive policing strategy to basically every jurisdiction ever. And they made amount of police interactions in rural Minnesota equal proportionally to the amount of police interactions in Harlem, New York, right? And the idea was, if I pull over a car in Harlem, I'm likely to find cocaine. I'm likely to find a gun. I'm likely to find marijuana, something like that. But in reality, if you pull over a car in rural Minnesota, you're likely to get a speeding ticket or a light out, or maybe an invalid registration or something. That's just how it goes. But so I love that we're talking about this, and I try, and any guest who's actually who will actually talk to me about these sort of reality of police encounters and police violence, I highly encourage checking out Revisionist History with Malcolm Gladwell. He's a fantastic writer in general. His podcast is really good, even though he sounds like he ate 17 piles of soybeans before the show. I still like him. He's a good guy.
Yeah, it's funny. I believe it's 1993, New York introduced CompStat, which is computer generated statistics for policing. And the way it works here is that it just made sense for the police department, which is a $1 billion industry, to start allocating resources based on crime. So what they did was first they said, okay, where's the crime happening? Like you're saying, they took a map and where's the crime happening.
Yeah.
Then you allocate resources to where that crime is happening. You know, I need more officers in this neighborhood, less officers in this neighborhood, based on calls for service or whatever. Then part two was that how do you determine officer productivity? Because it's more enough to, if I have 10 officers in an area that have high crime, how do I know that they're being productive? How do I know they're doing what they're doing? So what they did was that CompStat said, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to give officers goals. So somebody goes out there and surveys, okay, there's X amount of parked cars that are parked illegally, there's X amount of this, and there's X amount of calls of service. So like, for the past year, you get, there's like 3 arrests a day. So every officer then gets a goal. You got to have 3 arrests. You got to have 5 parking tickets. You got to have this, right? So that's the goal. Now, if you don't achieve your goal, then you're not a productive officer. You don't get the good days off.
I hate it.
Yeah. Some people call them quotas, but they call them goals. So you get these goals. So what happens is that in New York, what they started finding is that so officers in good neighborhoods, their goals would be maybe 1 arrest every 3 months. Where if you're in a bad neighborhood, you got 3 arrests per month. And if you're in a bad neighborhood versus 3 arrests in 6 months if you're in a good neighborhood.
Right.
So now those good neighborhoods happen to be neighborhoods with white people, right? White, upper middle class, and the neighborhoods that usually had more officers and more crime were the minority neighborhoods. So what you started finding is that one thing that was driving a disparity in what was going on was that in the good neighborhoods, the cops didn't want to arrest more people.
Right.
And why? Because if you arrest more people, then what happens? Your numbers get bad, right? Your stats get bad.
Yep.
So, and if I'm arresting 10 people a day, then they're going to expect me to arrest more people in that neighborhood. So in that upper middle class neighborhood, I'm going to give out less tickets, right? If I see a kid smoking weed, I'm not going to make an arrest because if an arrest for me is bad, right? If I've already got my one, I don't want to arrest a whole bunch of other people because they're going to think that now we got a crime rate and and they're going to expect me to arrest more people.
Yeah.
So my incentive is to use more discretion and not arresting you for petty stuff, right? I'm only in really to the big stuff. The petty stuff, I'm going to let go. I may arrest you if I have to, but I'm going to let it go. But if you flip that to the minority neighborhood where crime is a little heavy and you got officers now that need those 3 arrests, more arrests in those neighborhoods are looked at as a good thing, right? The more arrests I get, a good thing. Mm-hmm. The more I get 3, I get 4, I'm doing well. I get the good days off. So they found that there was this almost suppression by the police based on this quota system to keep bad neighborhoods bad because that's what was expected, and to keep good neighborhoods good because those officers were trying to protect that position. Right. So that's what happened with the quota system. So they found out. So that's when people say there's a disparity in New York. The quota system itself was causing this disparity because officers were trying to keep, their good times going in these particular areas. And that's what they then had to overcome. How do we still measure officer productivity, but not have now our officers be leading to the crime? Because if you're an officer and you need 3 arrests, you're going to get those 3 arrests, right? You're gonna nitpick and get those 3 arrests. And
it's funny how easy it is for an officer to get 3 arrests in a day, like or a week or whatever. Like
it's a month usually, yeah.
It's a matter of getting roughly 3 encounters, maybe 4. You're gonna get it.
It's a lot easier, and obviously you don't want to arrest people for BS, but but if you need that arrest, you need that arrest. So that's what I'm talking about, and that's a lot of times if you want to talk about it at this type of level, where you can say, okay, these are the disparities. How do we work? How do we judge officers' productivity without having this kind of artificial suppression in one area versus the other area? Those things we can talk about, but when you talk about it, it's with the first thing somebody says, oh, they're only doing it to these people because it's black. But then you say, no. In this area, you had 200 calls for service. You had this many people saying they were robbed. You have this many people. Here are the numbers. Here's what people are reporting. So, we're going to send police to the place where people say they need the help. It doesn't make sense for us to have 100 police officers downtown when we have one cat stuck in a tree. That just doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. No, I agree, man. I love this discussion. We've got to talk more on it. But I told you I got to circle back to something.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that. Go ahead. Yeah.
No, it's okay. I let this go. The chat has been calling me out for it. First of all, chat, if you like the stream, this is gin. I'm already getting close to inebriated, and we are a mere 58 likes from 1,000. You hit 1,000 likes, I'll drink that entire shot of gin. I've already poured it. You better hit it. Okay, that being said, have you, sir, ever dealt with tree law?
Tree law, no. Because you asked
you-
me that earlier. Tree law.
Are you familiar with tree law?
I am not familiar with tree law.
Now, see, I had another New York attorney on, Joe Neerman, who, again, not familiar with tree law because your state is frankly degenerate. It's probably because of all the tall houses or all the tall buildings. But tree law is something that's actually very prevalent in the Midwest. Minnesota has specific tree law. So the long and short is it's a personal injury claim or a property injury claim where if you and I are next door neighbors and you come to my house and you chop down one of my trees, maybe because you know it's on my side. Maybe like the branches hang over and I drop oranges, or not in Minnesota. I drop apples or whatever on your property and you're sick of picking them up or whatever. So you come out and you chop down my apple tree because I pissed you off, or maybe my dog pooped on your lawn or something, right? I get to sue you and I get treble damages on the replacement cost of the tree.
That's crazy.
Do you know how much it costs to move a tree that's like
imagine
60 years old or 100 years old? Like
you're talking about some serious cash.
Yeah, it's crazy. This comes from a what is this? What did you just send me?
Oh, that was an inside check. After you finish, this is a case I should send my law students. If you could actually read it right now. It's a appellate case. It's about a tree. It's an appellate case from Michigan. It's a hilarious case.
There's this like entire discussion of tree law stemmed from a Reddit our legal advice question where a guy's like, my neighbor came over and cut down 3 trees, right? Well, it turns out these 3 trees are each 100-year-old white oak trees.
Oh, that's going to be expensive. That sounds expensive.
Yeah, it ended up being like the judgment that this guy ended up getting something like $600,000.
Oh,
because one, you got to find a 100-year-old white oak tree. Then you got to pay to dig it up, transport it, and transplant it, which probably needs like a specialized service. Like you can't just get Joe who, well, I cut tree limbs off so I can do it. No. You got to have a botanist come in, make sure the soil composition's right, make sure that the transition from the old soil to the new, like it was insane.
The truck and the transport of a tree. Don't forget, you're moving a tree. That's
a big one. It's
100
years old. This thing is a big ass tree. Probably 40, 50 feet tall. It's like transporting a windmill blade.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, tree law, man. It's a funny thing. I wish I could be an exclusively tree lawyer. Like
Tree
that.
law.
Could you imagine, like, every case you've got is some asshole coming down and chopping down trees on someone's property, and you're like, you thought that all you did was maybe trespass or whatever, but actually, and the people who end up doing this, of course, they're like, a lot of the cases are disproportionately rural. So you've got people with 8, 10, 50, 100 acres of land. They may be cash poor. So you're talking about paying compensation in property, which matters a ton in rural areas. Like, let's say you're 2 farmers and some guy comes on your property and ends up cutting down these trees and you get a judgment for $100,000. They're a cash poor farmer because all their money goes back into planting their next crop of corn or soybeans or whatever. But $100,000, that's what, 50 acres at $2,000 an acre out in a rural area. So you increase your farm size 50 acres, you increase your yield quite a bit. It's a really interesting area of law, man. I think it's great. I love talking to urban attorneys about it.
I've never heard tree. It's funny because like this link I sent you, you can actually read this case right now. It's a Second Circuit. It's about a tree. Open it up and read it.
Here, let's see. Fisher versus Lowe.
Yes, read it. You can read the whole thing right now.
We thought that we would never see a suit to compensate a tree. A suit whose claim in tort is preset upon a mangled tree's best. A tree whose battered trunk was preset against a Chevy's crumpled crest. A tree that faces each new day with bark and limb in disarray. This judge needs to be beaten for this.
The appellate court. This is the appellate court. They wrote this decision.
A tree that may forever bear a lasting need for tender care. Flora lovers, though we three, we must uphold the court's decree. And then they affirmed it with one footnote that's like 2 paragraphs long. That's beautiful.
Yes. So what happens is a car hits someone's tree, and the person who owned the tree tried to sue the car owner to compensate them for the tree. So that's what. So the lower court dismissed it, and the guy appealed, and the appellate court wrote the opinion as a poem.
I love when judges do that. There's a case out of Louisiana about dinosaur bones or something, and the judge wrote it like sympathetic to the fossilized dinosaur, and I was like, I love this guy. This is what judges need to do. When it's ridiculous, just be ridiculous. But okay, so I owe the chat because they hit 1,100 likes. This shot of gin. This gin, by the way, you ever go to Hawaii? How do you travel much?
No. We do. That's actually next on our list of Hawaii.
Look, I'm gonna make a personal recommendation. Go to Maui, because the food in Maui is a thing that Maui focuses on.
Oh wow.
Maui cuisine is a real thing. So go to Maui because you're gonna eat better than anywhere. And I don't know about you, but when I travel, I got all these damn kids. I got a wife.
You do a cruise?
All I want to do is just go eat. Like,
do you cruise?
No, I don't do cruises.
That's like where you eat everything, boy.
I want to do one, but as I got older, I got more prone to motion sick, and I don't know if I'd be motion sick on a cruise ship, but I worry that I'm committing to 7 days, and if I go on a cruise for 7 days and I'm vomiting for 6 of them, I'm gonna hate everything about it. So I just go on land generally. But Maui in general, like their cuisine scene is something they focus on. All of the chefs on the island got together about 30 years ago and said, we're going to make Maui cuisine a real thing. So if you go to Maui, go to the distillery. It's in Haile Maile, which is you got to go to the Haile Maile General Store, and then the distillery there makes this Fid Street gin. Mm-hmm. If you like gin, this is one of the most fragrant botanical gins on the planet. It's delicious. You can drink it straight and not feel like a degenerate. It's good. It's good.
Wow.
But yeah, man, if you go to Hawaii, hit me up. I've been to Kona a couple times, and I've been to Maui a couple times, and all I do is eat. I can't tell you anything about the island, but I can tell you where good restaurants are.
Yeah, because that's our plan. Because we usually go on cruises, but then the wife was like, why don't we just go maybe to Hawaii or something? So we're saving up. We're like, all right, we'll sort of save up and go for it. So, but obviously after this whole COVID mess is over, hopefully that.
Yeah, and Hawaii is really sensitive on the COVID stuff, because it's kind of like some of their people got killed by diseases a long time ago, so they're really sensitive about it. But yeah, when it's over, go. If you're planning on going to either Maui or Kona, hit me up. I'll get you restaurant recommendations and stuff to do.
Oh, cool.
It's a lot of fun. I've been to Maui like 3 or 4 times. My parents have a timeshare out there, so we get to cheat on that one.
Timeshares. So does that really work out? Because they always try to fool us for these timeshares, and I'm like, should we do it? Should we not do it? We usually go just to get the $100 and then just we don't want. Here's
what I'll say about timeshares. I don't do one, but my parents do one, and I profit off of whatever they spend. That's their deal. I don't get involved in their financial affairs. So here's the way I see it. Look, whatever you pay for this timeshare came out of my inheritance anyway. But I actually I do love going to Maui. I love Kona too. I've been to Kona a couple times. Most recently because I went to an anime convention out there. Now I'm noticing something on your wall behind you. You've got some superhero art back there.
Yeah. I have Justice League. I have all the Marvel characters.
Are you like a nerd? too?
Yeah. See, I got Baby Yoda back here. I got a lightsaber back here somewhere. Yeah, I got my lightsaber.
What's your nerd stuff? Like, what do you love the most? Is it Star Wars?
I like Star Wars, Star Trek. I like the Marvel stuff. I'm like into a little bit of everything.
This is these books look fancy. These are all Warhammer 40K. I'm a huge nerd too.
Oh, okay.
None of those.
I'm watching WandaVision. I didn't even recognize them. I didn't. Wow.
Yeah. So so this is the Black Library is the Warhammer 40K like bookstore, and they do these like super nice leather bound special editions. And I'm a fucking addict, so I buy all of them. I think, to my knowledge, every special edition that's been publicly released. So
wow. So you are a fan,
dude. It's bad. It's thousands of dollars a year, but I'm like, it's the only thing I collect. I don't collect anything else. I don't care about anything else. I'm like, a couple years ago, I started buying them, and I'm like, I'm gonna buy all of them because I love these things. I love the way that books look. I love the way they smell. That's my thing. Make a high quality book. I want to buy it. I don't even care if I'll read it. Actually, I made the mistake. I bought my wife a copy of The Princess Bride from the Easton Press. This blue leather bound special edition. It's wonderful. It's got new illustrations and stuff. And then they sent me a little flyer, right? And they're like, here's all our other leather bound books. And I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to go broke. I'm going to buy a special edition of The Martian, Ender's Game, you know, all these things. That's my weakness is nice books. I actually love my Kindle too, but I love the way that old books look, or that not old books, that nice books look on the shelf. And I feel like we've lost the craft of making a book. But I saw your stuff and I was like, oh man, I talk a lot of comics. I talk a lot of nerd stuff. I was curious about your nerd habits. Good sir.
I don't know. I'm right now. I'm just really into like Mandalorian, for instance. I just finished watching that. I'm watching Wanda and Vision, which I think it's kind of horrible. Have you seen that WandaVision?
No, I've heard good things about. I haven't watched it. I've heard good things about it. You're the first one I'm hearing say that it's not good. So what's up with it?
I like the first episode, good. Second episode, all right, you're getting me there. I just watched the third episode. You got three episodes of nothing happening. You know what I'm saying? It's just like after the first two episodes, you got to start moving me along. You know, it just is not working. The Mandalorian was fantastic. I think the Mandalorian is fantastic. I thought Wonder Woman 1984. Did you see that?
No, I didn't see it. I hate by default. I hate DC movies.
Yeah, DC's pretty bad. Yeah, DC's pretty bad.
Because I think they've lost the voice of what a comic book movie should be. I think that's one thing I like. No matter what Marvel movie I've watched, all of them are quintessentially comic books on film.
Yes, exactly.
And they found their voice. And I think DC, for better or worse, said, we're going to do something different. I don't know what it is that they're trying to do. They're trying to be like grittier or darker or edgier or something, but they don't do it for me. The only DC movies I've liked are Joker, which is barely a DC movie.
Yes. Oh yeah.
It's like, it could have been about anybody who, if Joker didn't exist, that movie could still exist and it'd be fine. So I didn't, that movie was good. And I will kind of give some deference to the Christopher Nolan Batman movies, but I don't really like them that much. I think they're way overrated, personally. But generally speaking, to be fair though, I haven't seen Wonder Woman 1 or 2, and I haven't seen Aquaman or Shazam. I heard Shazam's really good, but I haven't seen it.
Shazam's good. I'll say this. Out of all the DC and Marvel movies, for DC, the best movies are the Christopher Nolan. I think that I like Batman 2 over Batman 1. The Dark Knight Returns, the one with the Joker, the way Heath Ledger's Joker.
Yeah, I hated the ending of it though. Like I loved it up until the ending, and I'm like, stop with this exposition. This is stupid. The voiceover thing and like this is the hero we need. I'm like, stop,
Yeah,
knock it off.
yeah.
But I liked it up until that. And then Dark Knight Rises, though, the third one or whatever, I thought that was way overrated, personally.
Yeah, I was like, yeah. I wasn't really I really was into that. But I'm talking about if you're talking about the best movies they did.
Yeah.
Those were the best. That was the best one.
Right.
And the older back, I think I like the Michael Keaton Batman movies. I think they were great to introduce the genre. The one with Jack Nicholson and then the one right after that. I think those were all right.
What about Batman versus Robin? You like that one?
I thought that. Nah, I thought Batman versus Robin was the worst.
Everyone, chill.
That was, oh my god. Val Kilmer was actually a pretty good Batman, but
yeah.
But I don't know. It just
no. That one was too campy and cheesy. That one went too far. I like the one with the Riddler, right?
Yes, that's Val Kilmer.
Yeah, I like that one. I like Michael Keaton. I like the Penguin one, the second one or whatever.
Yeah.
I like all those. Then when they got to Batman and Robin or whatever with Mr. Freeze and Uma Thurman, I thought that got a little too far. For me.
That went crazy. That not too far. That went crazy. But then I think they redeemed themselves with Justice League on Cartoon Network. Did you ever see Justice League cartoons on Cartoon Network?
Yep, I thought those were the animated stuff. I think has been good. They again, like with the animated stuff, both Marvel and DC have captured the essence of comics and put it into moving pictures. Great stuff. Marvel just happened to continue that tradition with live action stuff repeatedly. And I think they've done a very good job. Like, I'm not saying these are landmark writing achievements or anything like that, but when I go to see Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm getting exactly what I want out of that movie.
Yes. You're getting fan serviced.
Yeah, I'm getting, and I never even read Guardians of the Galaxy comics. I didn't care, but when I go there, I'm like, this is a comic book put to motion. I'm watching panels evolve on screen and moving between them. I've got the same corny jokes. I've got the same fun level. And then I go and watch a DC movie and I'm like, you are way too serious for me. When I watched like Superman or Superman Returns, I'm like, what the hell are you doing? This isn't a comic book. You're trying to make this a Lifetime movie. I don't want that. I don't want a Lifetime movie of Superman. I want stupid jokes. I want ridiculous premises. I want villains that are insurmountable. I want Superman being insurmountable. That's what I want to happen. Put that on screen for me.
I think two things. Marvel had a plan. Their plan wasn't, they weren't making individual movies.
Right.
They were making universe. They were saying this movie is putting together a larger plot, and they had a 10-year plan. Here's the first movie, which is Iron Man. Here's the last movie, which is Endgame. How are we going to tell a story to get from here to here?
Like good communists, they had a 10-year plan.
Huh?
Like good communists.
But it worked, though. It was
great.
Here's phase one. Here's phase two. Here's the characters we're going to introduce. Remember, they had to introduce Black Panther. Yeah. Every time they did it, it worked. It was the same thing. Black Panther, a lot of people don't understand. Black Panther, guess what? Guess what he's wearing? He's wearing an Iron Man suit. It's just a different type of Iron Man suit, you know. That's all, you know. Hawkeye, not Hawkeye. What's the guy? The Falcon. Yep. Falcon is in an Iron Man suit with wings. That's all he's doing. You know, it's the same thing. And Captain America, his Iron Man suit he put on with a pill. You know, he took a pill and he can't take his Iron Man suit off.
Yeah.
So, dude, what Marvel did was understand this was the formula and let's run it out. Let's have the 10-year plan. Where I think DC, they didn't know what they were doing. They just came off of Christopher Nolan's Batman, which was successful. But then, how do you bring up a Superman back? And then, how do you incorporate them? And how do you? They wanted to do what Marvel did, but didn't know how to do it.
You hire Zack Snyder and grease up everybody. No, that's not how you do it. That's never how you do it. No, I'm curious. I thought Black Panther was this amazing film because, like, Wakanda is an ethno state. Like, it is an ethno nationalist state.
Yeah.
And they put it out, and then in a weird way, they like retracted from everybody's sort of comedic take on the fact that Wakanda is this ethno-nationalist state. But it was like, of course, it's a comic book. You can do this. Like, you can actually have an ethno state with no repercussions. You can ignore the fact that Wakanda has ignored all of its geographical neighbors and the fact that they have unlimited potential to create energy and medicine. And they just like
want it for themselves, right?
Right. And they just keep it there. But like that's the weirdest part for me is that they rejected like that stuff. But we're in a society where wokeness and virtue signaling in general is like more important than your product.
That's what killed Star Wars. I think that's
Yeah.
what killed Star Wars.
I think so
Star
too.
Wars was killed. Star Wars was killed because now I think people need to understand Star Wars as a movie in the 70s was an ideal, right? It was an idealized, you had the great hope of Luke. Luke hoped no matter what that his father would turn, and no matter what happened, even at the end, he still had that power and that hope for his father.
And he's
it was
not
about
bound by the sins of his father. Like everything we hear from the Bible to everything is from the Bible to culture is you are bound by the sins of your father, where we've got entire generations of people being beholden to the actions of their ancestors today.
No, but that's what I'm saying with Luke, though. With Luke in Star Wars,
he shatters it.
That's what they were saying. Yeah, we're not doing that. I'm here to avenge that. To cleanse that, to close that chapter.
Right. That's what I'm saying too. I'm violently agreeing with you. is like you've got this, and this is what I love sci-fi and why I hate the woke aspect coming into escapism, coming into sci-fi and fantasy, is in sci-fi. Like, think about what opportunity we have in Star Wars. In Star Wars, we have white people and black people with an opportunity to look at a history of racial divide. And in Luke, in the son, in the generation, in the person you're supposed to be when you watch Star Wars, right? Like Luke is the most boring character on earth because you're supposed to put yourself in there. All of your prejudices, all of your biases and everything. You're supposed to be Luke. But the most important thing is I am not bound or controlled by the sins of my father. It doesn't matter if you're white. It doesn't matter if you're black. It doesn't matter if you're Mexican. Whoever you are, you go to Luke and you go, okay, I don't owe shit to my dad because my dad made huge mistakes. He's a flawed character. Like, Darth Vader isn't entirely bad, and he redeems himself, of course, by going after Palpatine, throwing him down the well or whatever. I get that. But he's done a lot of bad shit. Luke isn't ever bound by that at all. And sci-fi allows us to erase the baggage of race, the baggage of gender, the baggage of ethnicity, whatever it is, and we get to transplant ourselves, whoever's watching, as Luke and say, I don't owe anything to my dad. My dad can be a bad guy. He can make good decisions in the end. I can maybe forgive him. I cannot forgive him. It doesn't matter what he did and what the people before him did. He's a product of a different era. Here I am. I'm in charge of my own life. We have this opportunity, and then wokeism comes in, and it's just like, no, hammer that down. We don't want this hero narrative where you're not bound by your past, and that just pisses me off so much.
The thing that bothers me about the whole wokeness is because when I was a kid, I loved Star Wars, and I'm like every other kid who wanted to be Luke Skywalker.
I hate it, for the record. I hate Star Wars, but I just have to be honest about it. But but that being said, go on.
No, I love it. And it's interesting because I think what you're saying is so true. Is that I never saw Luke. It's funny because watching those characters, I never saw them as being white people. Right. I just saw them as characters. I saw Luke Skywalker as Luke Skywalker. Yeah. And I wanted to be like Luke Skywalker. It's not like I wanted to take over his race, but I just wanted to take over because it was an idealized person. And I think what happens is Star Wars today wanted to do something. They said, well, we want to have people feel like Luke, but just change it to a woman. right? We're going to change it to a woman, Daisy Ridley,
Yeah.
and we're going to now have more representation, more characters that represent more of our culture now. That's
Yeah.
fine. You can do that, but there's a ways you can do that, and the
Yep.
ways you do that is you have to build up a character. Like Luke didn't just start off as a great Jedi.
No.
He had to get his arm chopped off. He had to struggle. We had 3 movies of Luke's transition from nobody to the Return of the Jedi.
Right.
That's it. The Last Jedi.
Luke went from being a soy-filled man to a beautiful woman. No, I'm just kidding.
Exactly. but she wasn't trained formally. She didn't have any of this. She didn't have that same arc. It was just like she was always great at what she did. And that ruined it, because what they were trying to do was instead of showing us this character arc, they tried to just show us this is a strong woman, and she's always been strong, with not understanding that Luke's strength wasn't always because he was always strong. He gained it through his failures. His failures got him to where he was.
Yeah.
And because they didn't want to show this character as having any failures, then it didn't make any of us, because that's how we grow. We grow through failure, and we weren't able to connect with that character because that character was perfect. I can't connect with a perfect person. I can connect with someone who tries, who fails, who has good times and bad times, but at the end, they will prevail. And that's what Luke did, and that's why Daisy Ridley's character failed. It's because they just didn't have those 2 same arcs.
Luke embodies something that I as a Christian, and I don't let this come through too often, but I do when I'm drunk, and I think I'm drunk now. But but it's this idea of hope, right? Like this idea that I can be more than the sum of my parts. I can be more than my failures. I can be more than this. And when as a young man, when I was 26, 27 years old, and I'm looking at various failures, right? The first time I got fired from a job, or the first time I didn't get a job that I interviewed for, or the first time that I underperformed, or that I really disappointed someone. And I'm going through these things for the first times in my life. Because when you're, I grew up middle to upper middle class, white neighborhood. It was really easy to be satisfactory as a kid, right? When I was really young, I grew up in the hood in Houston. I was in a shitty neighborhood in Houston, Texas. And then I moved to middle to upper middle class white neighborhood in Minnesota. So very, very different. And it became really hard to disappoint. Like your disappointment was literally getting a B in science or something. And it's like, okay, that's not a big deal in the long run. But when you get to your 20s and you're out of that sort of parental nest and you're allowed to fail some, and you start learning from it, and you start learning that it's okay to fail, those are shocking things for a lot of people. And I learned from that. What you're saying is amazing, because these characters like Marvel and their woke toll that they're paying is so scared of the idea of failure. And it's like, but how on earth do you ever learn? How do you ever accomplish anything if you haven't failed at something somewhere and acknowledge that, okay, that was the wrong approach. Maybe I should pivot a little bit, at least a couple degrees, and go this way. Like, why is that so anathema to society right now? And this transcends nerddom, right? This goes right into law, where the commentary right now in the social zeitgeist is that certain people aren't allowed to fail. And we saw, this is what you were talking about, I think, with Black Lives Matter, right? Like, Jacob Blake is not allowed to be wrong at all. The police officer is the entirely wrong person in that situation with Jacob Blake. Same with George Floyd. Like, Floyd, what happened to Floyd, I will maintain forever, is a terrible, terrible thing. But at the same time, like, it would be dishonest to ignore the fact that Floyd may have been on drugs. The police officers are probably compromised by their inexperience in general. And then, Floyd has a bad past. Now, I don't think that played into what killed him, but like, we do have to acknowledge these realities. And so as we get in, because as I said earlier, law is ultimately muddy. Reality is muddier than fiction. What is it about this need for society to purge the reality and the pain that we suffer in our lives? Like, what is that? Because I don't find that to be a believable escape. And my escapism, I love Ender's Game. I love anime,
Oh,
and
Ender's Game. I love Ender's Game. Yeah,
yeah, I
love the
like.
movie.
You like the movie? I
Oh,
thought
I love the movie.
I
Yeah.
wanted the movie to be like an HBO special that was like 12 episodes, because that way they could get everything.
Ah,
But
yeah.
but it doesn't matter. I love D&D. I love these things that where you're allowed to fail. Like Ender failed all the time, right? He's
Mm.
he's a prodigy. He's the smartest person in every room he walks in, except for Bean, my man. But generally speaking, like, he underperforms and he fails throughout the entirety of the book until the very end. He prevails when it matters, and that's what we all want to do, right? Like, that's what sci-fi and fantasy allow us to do, is prevail when it matters. But what is with this idea to eliminate failure? Like, DC's doing it. Marvel in some cases does try. But
Well, Marvel, I think it's a classic character arc. The classic character arc is, the character comes, show amazing strength and promise, some type of major failure, then you have the rebuild, and then eventually you get the power back, then you overcome whatever demons you have to overcome, and then fade to black.
my screenwriting professor was from Mississippi. I love her. Her name was Judy Wilson. She's great. Guys, if you ever come across a Judy Wilson book, buy it. But she said this. She says, your character has to try and try valiantly, and they have to fail and fail miserably, and they have to rise up from the ashes, and they have to overcome. Like, she's got this deep Mississippi accent in the middle of Minnesota. I loved her. She was great. But she laid that out, right? Like the exact Marvel character arc. You've got all this power. It has to fail. Like, you have to fail as a Marvel character. Then you have to overcome the failure and triumph. And that's what they try to do with Superman. The problem with Superman is they have to create artificial failures. I don't think the movie ever does that effectively. The comics do it all the time.
Well, do you know what I think the comics do something different with Superman, because Superman is a unique character in multiple ways. I think Kill Bill get it right when they say Superman is the reverse of all of is unique in a different way than all of the characters. All the characters, their superhero persona is not who they are, right? Bruce Wayne is Batman. Batman is what Bruce Wayne does, but he's actually Bruce Wayne. Bruce Wayne is who he is. Batman is what he does. But with Superman, that's reversed, right? Superman is actually who he is. The S on his chest represents his family crest. That's who he was a baby. His name is Kal-El, right? Superman, what they call him, but Superman is who he is. That's who he actually is. Clark Kent is what he does. That's what he does at the daytime. He's hiding himself from us as reality. So with Superman, it's never about the physical game. It's always about the mental game. That's why the first Superman movies work against Lex Luthor. It's about the mental game. Superman has all this power, but he has to beat you at a different level. The power, Lex Luthor, one of his enemies, understands how to neutralize that power. He makes that power a weakness, not a strength. You think all his power, he's got strength. It's actually a weakness at the end. And that's how usually you're trying to develop Superman. But I think with these current movies, they don't understand that dynamic between who Superman is and what Superman does. And by not understanding that, they don't understand how they can take this character and put them in situations where people can. The thing with these characters is we have to be able to invest in their pain. We have to invest that this person is hurting. We have to invest that this person has something to overcome. And if we can't invest in it, then we can't buy into the movie. And I think that's what happens with DC. DC hasn't found a way for us to be able to invest in their characters as Marvel has. When Iron Man died, people felt that pain. When Captain America got old, people felt that pain because you had invested in these characters and their development.
Right.
That's from Kill Bill too. That thing about Superman.
I love that speech. I love that speech from David Carradine in Kill Bill too. I think it's spot on as well. And yeah, I think you nailed it. I think there's a different conflict that Superman has than every other superhero, and that's what makes him interesting, in general. Okay, I've got to get back to the super chats because I diverged from them
Yeah, yeah.
forever ago. Okay. Automata says liked Nate's video on the Young Turks. Though if you think that's something they've only been doing recently, Actual Justice Warrior has a lot of breakdowns of their misrepresentations, e.g., made it sound like protesters shot on the 6th. Okay.
What?
Okay.
I gotta check them out. I gotta check out Actual Justice. A couple of people have been mentioning that name. I'll check them out.
I've never heard of them. What I do know is that Cenk Younger is terrible, and
Oh yeah.
and Anna Kasparian is a hot girl wrapped up in a terrible person.
Yeah, she is pretty to look at, though. She's pretty to look at.
She should just go back. She should just go to being a hot girl instead of being a political commentator, because that would be much better for her.
You know what? Like I don't mind political. I just mind when you mislead people.
Right.
Like when you actively mislead people with lies. That's the thing that kind of gets me. Well, it doesn't kind of get me. It pisses me off, and that's what that video was about today. It's about them actively misleading people.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Yeah, that's the problem. Look, you can have a different political opinion. That's fine, but when you're lying, that's a mess.
Yeah.
Okay. Chris Ames says, Nick, been watching you for about a year until yesterday. I thought you were a short guy due to the camera angle. Yes, everybody does. Nate, I don't always agree with your take, but I appreciate your point of view and perspective. Keep it up, guys. So there you go.
Ah, thanks. There it is.
Bad Vibe says, okay, Nate, how much has your former law enforcement officer experience affected your presentations in court, and how do you counter the LEO bias of judges and juries?
Well, one, I've never had really an experience where I had a LEO bias. Like I don't like if a cop is in like a jury that I'm trying to pick at something, I don't want that cop to be on the jury. But really, it depends. That depends on the case. But like, I don't know. I don't really have a bias toward law enforcement. If anything, I think I'm a little bit more skeptical toward law enforcement. For instance, there was one case I had where, because I kind of know a couple of tricks of the trade. Now, even though I wasn't a NYPD cop, right? I do know I took arrests through NYPD precincts. I knew their procedures. I've done it all. But one of the more interesting things is that I know when cops are telling me bullshit, right? Because I've been out there. I've been to the bullshit. Like, and there was a case in which the cops. I was prosecuting a case in which the cops had arrested this woman for this bar, and she was running like a gambling ring in the bar, and she had a notebook. What they do is they keep all their stuff in the notebook, and the cops, when they raided the place, they found the notebook. Right, the notebook was on the desk. So the cops, instead of securing the notebook, they go and search the place. Right, get all the patrons together. When they get back to the desk, the notebook is gone, obviously. So now, where's the notebook? Where's the notebook? So they go outside and see somebody with like a bulge under their shirt, right?
Right, yeah.
The bulge under their shirt. They think it's the notebook. So they get the guy. They say they ask the guy to come back into the building. The guy says that he didn't ask. He said they told him, you're coming back in with us. They say they stood around him and asked him, did you see the notebook? And miraculously, guess what happens? The notebook falls out of his shirt onto the floor and pops open to a page, and they can see clearly that this notebook is the notebook that they've been looking for.
Yeah.
So that's their story, right? Miraculous. We got it. Notebook.
It happened. Miracle.
So I asked them, I said, so you guys really want me to believe this, right? This guy just happened to steal the notebook, walk back inside with you. You just stand right there. You ask him the question, and the notebook is there. You find it. Yes. So I said, well, where's the officer that wrote the initial report? He'll be in tomorrow. All right. So when he comes in, I'll get him. I get the officer who wrote the initial report. Now, he doesn't know. These guys just told me this story. 4 cops just told me this full story. How the notebook, it's miraculous find. They must have didn't tell this guy because he gets in there. So I said, obviously, but I'm investigating, lies will be punished with death. So I
Yeah.
said, okay, what happened? He
We
says,
will kill you.
he says, man, we grabbed this motherfucker up, we brought him in, and we ripped open the shirt. We saw the book, and we said, what the hell are you holding the book for? So I said, oh, so it was a search, right? Yeah, we searched and we got the book. So now I got a problem. I got
Yeah.
4 cops that just lied to me,
Right.
before. And now I got this cop saying something different. Now, also, what else do I got? I got Brady material now, right? Because I got lying cops. I got cops telling different stories. I got to give that to the defense attorney, right? Now I got a problem with my case is now in the trash because of these issues with these cops. But that's sometimes that experience of understanding. That's what cops do. Understanding that, when there's bullshit versus when it's not bullshit. A lot of my colleagues, happen to be younger, so they would just trust whatever the police would say. But me, I'm like, come on, really? That shit didn't happen. Come on, what really happened? Okay, I searched the guy. All right, why didn't you just tell me that, right? Because I can work and fight for that, but I can't fight for the lie because now you're gonna make us both lose credibility. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Where I might not even need that. If I know I don't have that, then I can work another angle. So it's sometimes there is a bias, I think, especially with new prosecutors, because they want to trust everything the police tell them, but I think sometimes they don't understand that the police are people too. And sometimes they are not as honest as we'd hope for them to be.
Yeah. The law enforcement bias that Bad Vibes was talking about was with a jury, with a judge, where they accept maybe less than critically the testimony of a police officer because they have a uniform on, for example.
No, but they tell you that in when you're here in New York, they do that where they'll say they say explicitly the testimony of a police officer is no different than the testimony of anyone else. Like they go through that process. So whenever a police officer testifies or whatever, they let you know that their testimony, you have to evaluate it just like anyone else.
Yeah, in Minnesota, they don't do that. Like they don't tell you that specifically. And what I found is I had a case, man, and this was frustrating. This is where a house burned down. And when the cops arrived, the person had a couple garbage bags with marijuana in one of them. And those were on a fire, a bonfire outside. And the police come up and they say, "Hey, what's this?" Right? Like, what are these burning plastic bags here? And he's like, "Oh, nothing, officer. Don't even worry about it." So then they have the fire department come over and put out the bags. And then they kick them open. They open the bags with their foot and they find a bunch of marijuana. Now, this marijuana is useless. This marijuana has been used to create wax or resin. So the leaf marijuana that's remaining is absolutely pointless to have. There's no THC left in it. It's been burned out. But either way, there's like 100 grams of it, which makes it a felony in Minnesota.
Wow.
So they do this, and then they go after this guy. And I got the cop on stand, right? And he's saying, well, as this is burning, I smelled a large fragrance of marijuana from the smoke. And I looked at him and I was like, you motherfucker. This is in a plastic bag full of plastics, aluminum, and other materials. The entire earth around this guy is literally on fire at the time. Like I have pictures of the event. The earth is orange from the fiery glow, right? It's in the middle of the night. The trees are on fire. The grass is on fire. The dirt's on fire. A house is on fire right next to it. And this guy has such a trained nose due to his training and experience that he can pick out the smell of marijuana smoke out of everything else. And I'm like, I know for a fact that this guy is lying. Like I know you're lying. Look, there's no way you can tell me that and all of the marijuana in the picture, by the way, is green. So none of it was actually burning. All of the weed in the picture is green. What's burning is plastic and aluminum. And this guy is up there with a straight face, retroactively justifying their search. And he's going for a plain smell exception, which the judge comes up with a plain smell exception, which is not actually recognized in the Eighth Circuit. In fact, he uses a Fourth Circuit case about a seizure of a cargo ship in which there's 500 bushels of marijuana on this cargo ship covered with a tarp. And it's like, okay, if you've got 500 bushels of weed, you can probably smell it. Like that, I'm willing to accept it.
Yeah.
You've got 100 grams of weed that's not actually on fire and plastic and aluminum is. I don't think you can actually smell that. You're gonna have to convince me. But he says that, of course, after they kick it open. Nothing in their testimony about the circumstance says we smelled weed. Like when the cop's statement on, hey, what's up with this burning pile of garbage? Isn't what's up with this burning pile of garbage? We smell weed. It's what's up with this burning pile of garbage? And he's like, yeah, don't worry about it. That stuff needs to burn anyway. And then they go, yeah, no, we're going to put that out. That's the LEO bias that I think they're talking about. It's this idea that a cop sat in front of a judge and he, in my opinion, flat out lied to that judge about what happened that day.
Test the lie. No, you know what happens is though, but don't forget though, I think people fail to realize too. You know, police officers are professional witnesses.
Yeah.
Right? They're professional witnesses. Their job is to be a witness for the prosecution, to know what to say, to know how to say it, to know how to give the defense attorney shit. You don't know. That's what they trained us. When I was in the academy, they trained us for course examination. They trained us to be battered by attorneys. And the reason why is because they train us to be professional witnesses. So, you know, it's the thing is that police, I think a lot of times they're doing what they think is best to try to get a result they think is just. But sometimes by cutting those corners, you get an unjust result for the wrong reasons. And that's why people go to jail. People go to jail because cops sometimes cut corners to do what they think is the right thing.
Yeah, and for people in the chat who's asking if they won, we ended up getting, this is a 5th degree felony possession charge, but in Minnesota, there's a statute that if it's your first time marijuana offense, you can actually automatically qualify for a stay of adjudication. So basically, you get no jail time, 1 year of probation, and if you don't do anything, if you don't have any possession charges or sale of drug charges in the next year, the felony falls off automatically. So we had that deal where there was no jail time, no felony possession charge if they didn't have any other drug charges for a year. So at that point, it became economically unviable to fight the case. So this guy's record would be 100% clear 12 months down the road. Okay, Bad Vibe says, pay attention, kids, don't talk to the cops. Very true. Bad Vibe says, my opinion is all laws and acts should have a 20-year sunset period, reevaluated and either recrafted or completely dissolved. It's not a bad idea.
That's a Jeffersonian. Yeah. Thomas Jefferson said every 12 years the law should be, and Congress should have to reenact them.
Yeah, and he said basically, I think he said that the Constitution wouldn't last more than about 30 years and it'd be completely rewritten. Talk about wrong takes in history. He also says, in regards to firearms and metro violence, there are several aspects like business reception and employment/insurance. Clerks are to comply, and self-defense in many states is a judicial question regardless of facts. And he says, in regards to crime, there's a bias against individuals and families in poverty as well. I believe because there's a financial incentive for cities and counties as well. What do you think about that? Is there a financial bias against individuals and families in criminal courts?
Financial bias against individuals and families in criminal courts? I don't think so.
I don't think there's a bias against them, but I think that like the status, you can't afford an attorney who's, I'm not going to say a private defense attorney is better than a public defender, but I am going to say that a private defense attorney likely has less of a caseload than a public
Oh,
defender.
yeah. Don't get me wrong. Some of my best friends are public defenders, and they do fantastic work. But if you can get a private attorney, you get a private attorney because they can give you more time on your case. They do a little bit more elaborate stuff. Yeah. You generally get better representation from a paid attorney. That's why OJ had the dream team. You know what I'm saying? He
Yeah.
wasn't going to public defender route. But I also think what happens is that most people don't realize is that for police, when it comes to arrest versus tickets, the police departments, if it's going to be economically viable, will have to give you more tickets than arrests because arrests actually hurt the system. To arrest somebody, it costs, I think, the city of New York like $10,000 per arrest because you got a house fee, close that person, get that person an attorney, have that person see a court, and then release that person and have the people guard them and all that person. So a person being arrested is about $10,000, even on the most minor charges. But on the flip side, a ticket is nothing but the paper it's written on. I can give you $100 ticket and write a piece of paper and give it to you. And that's all income, right? I give you a piece of paper, you give me $100. So the system is actually set up to try to discourage arrests now and encourage more summonses and things of that nature. Because number one, it doesn't give people these criminal records, doesn't have this taxing system, and helps the system gain more income through least restrictive means.
Right. Audi driver says, "Love the stream. Nate is a great guest. Be that as it may, we need to ask an important question." God damn it, Audi driver. He says, "Futas, balls or no balls?"
I don't even know. What is that? You got to translate this for me.
Futanari.
Translate it.
Futanari is an anime concept or motif, so to speak, where it is a woman with breasts and a vagina, but also a giant penis.
Oh.
So I guess the question, God, I hate you, chat. The question is, if you have a woman with a giant penis, should it have balls or no balls? They do this to every serious guest I have.
I don't know. That's interesting. It would look weird without. I don't know. I'd have to see a picture.
No, don't say that.
No,
they'll send you those pictures.
Because I don't know. It's just look weird without it. But then it's like,
I agree.
You really need it.
It's unnatural without balls, I think.
Yeah. It just doesn't look natural. I don't know.
Yeah.
If you're into the natural look, you know.
You've got to be, in my opinion. I think balls is the only reasonable answer, but that's me.
Yeah.
Okay, back to non-degeneracy. God, I hate you, chat. It says bad vibes. The groups that benefit from police arrest most is the homeless, in my opinion. I guess that's the idea that they get food, clothing, shelter for some period of time. I don't know if that's true, but I guess.
Yeah, I'm not too sure because don't forget you also get criminal records, you also get this, and now what they do now, I think here, if they don't take homeless to prison, they take them to homeless shelters.
Right.
So I think if you're taking homeless to prisons for that, then it'd probably be better to try to take them to a shelter, which I think they do here in the city.
He also says Anakin was the result of failure to endure adversity and take responsibility for his own feelings. Maybe. DC has bigger than life virtuous characters with limited impact on past life. Marvel's characters are largely tragic who build towards hope. And then as he said, he meant the judge jury bias for law enforcement officers. Well, at this point in the stream, it's 2:40 in the morning. I have a bunch of chats left to read, but I have addressed all of the $20 plus chats. So I want to let you know that if at any time you need to leave, you're free to go. Because it is, I know where you are. It's like 3:45. But
I'm gonna sleep at 4. But let's do it. Let's go through the chats.
Okay, let's burn these down. Okay, Cal Clay says, "Please sign my change.org petition, Nick. Please repost wherever." Maybe. I'm not going to pull that up right now. Shadows King says, "Angry Baneling is gay, smells like hot dog water, has bad taste in video games. His mama goes to the beach to eat sand. He eats soup with a fork. He put his shoes on before his socks. And he's Indian, so he doesn't even bother. He doesn't even know how to use a toilet. Jive AF." He
He
also
puts
says
his shoes on before his socks. Oh my god.
during my sister's Zoom class, I overheard her being taught the "you can't yell fire in a crowded theater" shit. The last place I want my sister learning about rights is from a public school full of taxpayer-funded retards. What do you think about that line? Oliver Wendell Holmes' famous line. Can't yell fire in a crowded theater. But it turns out, like, actually you can yell fire in a crowded theater. Like, that's the reality.
Since when?
I mean, you
Since
can.
that-
It
you-
might
you- oh,
it might be disorderly conduct, right? But there
yeah.
there isn't a law, I don't think, anywhere in the country specifically against yelling fire in a crowded theater.
No, but it would be incitement or something like that, right? And then there was, it would be unprotected speech, especially if people get hurt. So that's where I think you would get it from. Like there wouldn't be it wouldn't say you can't scream. It would be unprotected, some unprotected speech, maybe causing a riot or causing malice or something like that.
I think it'd be disorderly conduct. I think it'd be a misdemeanor in almost every jurisdiction. Because, like, you're not inciting people to commit a crime. You're just yelling something that is ridiculous.
Well, then first, there's two things. First, we do have the act and we have the intention, but now we're talking about the outcome, right? Let's say somebody gets killed,
Yeah.
that's going to change the level of criminal culpability versus if you're there alone. So, that's what I'm saying. So it may be presumptuous on either one of our parts to either say they're going to get more or less time because, based on the facts that we know now.
Yeah, I think civil liability is the big thing generally in yelling fire in a crowded theater. I think that's true. But the idea, like, Oliver Wendell Holmes mentioned it as an offshoot during this idea that they could punish socialism through speech, in his case in Schenck. And then later, like, every single decision that he made since then kind of went against the idea that they had an a priori restriction on speech for criminal aspects. They didn't really touch on, back then they were more concerned about socialism and communism spreading in a criminal way. So they weren't really doing that. But I think it's interesting because yelling fire in a crowded theater, if it doesn't produce a result, there's no crime. Right? Like, if I run into a theater right now and I go, "Hey, fire, you assholes!" None of them get up and leave. No one gets trampled. No one dies. I'm not liable for shit. They might say, "Hey, leave." But in Schenck, the case, it wasn't about fire in a theater. It was about socialism in a pamphlet. And the idea was that just the mere communication via pamphlet was illegal speech in and of itself. And so that's why the fire in a theater ends up being like a misnomer today. Is like, there's no. Oh, go ahead.
No. I'm just thinking, just because there's inchoate crimes, right? And the inchoate crime is an attempted crime. For those of you who don't know, attempted crimes were something that was added to criminal law because there was this problem when the laws were first being developed, is that most crimes had to be completed before you can arrest someone. So, for instance, let's say if someone planned out someone's murder and tried to murder them and didn't actually kill the person. That's an attempted murder, right?
Yeah.
But since the person didn't complete the murder, they couldn't be charged with murder because they didn't complete the murder. So that's where you started getting attempted crimes. So in the example you gave earlier of the attempted crime of you're going to a crowded theater and screaming fire and nobody moves, there may still be some criminal liability there because that would be an attempted crime. They can prove that you did everything. You've got enough actus reus and mens rea, but you just didn't complete the crime. Then I think you could have some criminal liability there on an incitement front. You attempted to do it, but you just weren't able to complete because whatever, people didn't take you seriously.
I think it'd be a hard proof to show that they intended like a criminal outcome from that rather than just being stupid. But
no, you could be stupid, but you'd say this person, evidence, this person came into a crowded theater and screamed, "Fire, fire, everybody get out of here." That's, usually the action sometimes can even prove the intent, right? What was your intention? This was a joke? Well, what is the logical outcome of screaming fire in a crowded theater? Obviously X. So
yeah,
I wouldn't say it would be easy, but it could, there's an argument that could be had there. I think.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I think you're right. I think it's interesting. What I find is it's misused as like it's definitely unprotected speech. But the reality that came out of that is that it might be protected, it might not. But people use it as gotcha. There's a bunch of writings about it, which are interesting discussions on where our speech is actually limited and where it isn't. But
it's contextual, obviously, though.
Yeah.
Like you're saying, if you're doing a production of a play and you scream fire in a crowded theater, that's obviously not criminal in nature. And then you're talking about not only the act is rare, the act of saying it, but what's the intent behind it? Do you intend to harm people or you didn't? So there's a little bit more to the analysis just in saying those words. You know what I mean?
Exactly. The Pie Baker says the kid's preschool teacher already tried indoctrinating the little one with saying that Congress is 100% more powerful than the president. I'm going to have a talk with the missus about homeschooling. She'll probably see this one replay before I do. Hi, honey. GH says his father was a humble electrician, his mother but an immigrant cleaning lady. He studied to become a simple PE teacher. 17 years later, he would go on to win the 2009 AVN Awards for Best Gonzo Porn Series, Slutty and Sluttier. His name, Manuel Ferreira.
Oh my goodness. AVN award, though.
Thank you.
I haven't heard an AVN reference in a while.
Yeah, well, this guy, so yesterday I was doing Twitch, and this guy kept dropping Manuel Ferreira trivia in the chat. Because apparently Manuel Ferreira has a Twitch channel. And so he plays like Call of Duty or something. But Twitch is a weird place. Sat Scout says some cops get a raw deal. Of course, Michael Slager of North Charleston, South Carolina, got convicted of second-degree murder after shooting Walter Scott in 2015. Scott fled a traffic stop. Slager pursued. Scott used his taser on him, and Slager shot because he feared for his life. So there you go. Silky Johnson says, my favorite scene in all of Star Wars is when Vader and Luke meet on the base on Endor and have their little talk. You see Luke's passion to save Vader. And you see how Vader is conflicted. It's a nice retroactive callback to Padme's dying words. Great scene. Padme's dying words is not a great scene. Stop it. Luke. Leia. It's a terrible bit of filmmaking. Why would you ruin your otherwise good super chat with that? Shadows King. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say the super chat right before this. Walter Scott. I'm just remembering that was the one where the guy was running down the field and the cop shot him in the back. When the cop did the second-degree murder.
I believe you, but I have no idea about the case. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think the guy must have been mistaken because that was the one where the guy was running down. I did a video on it where the guy's running down the field and the cop drops the thing and it shoots the guy in the back 7 times, but the guy's literally running away from the cop. That violated the case Tennessee v. Gardner. So it's a Tennessee v. Gardner case where where cops can't shoot fleeing felons in the back.
Gotcha. Yeah, and that's the interesting thing behind a lot of these cases is sometimes there's a state law that specifically says you can't do this thing, whereas in Texas you probably can. In Tennessee, you can't. Like that's how it boils down in some of these states. Shadows King says, guys, the science is simple. If futas don't have balls, then how do they nut? Checkmate, no balsers. I hate you, chat. DIMT says, your boob law expertise was appreciated. An amicable solution was arranged and everyone avoided legal costs. Thank God. Andrew War Snowboard says, my Twitch stream is becoming quite the pre-show for you. Thanks to everyone that's been watching so far. I'm excited for where this will go. Guys, check out Andrew War Snowboard's Twitch stream pre-show. Skeet Neat says, your guest looks like a YouTuber called The Black Nerd. Have you ever seen The Black Nerd?
I have seen The Black Nerd. I do look like him a little bit. Yeah.
He also says, can we also replace the F word that Europeans called cigarettes with Biden? For example, Nick is a huge Biden for Vic, or Ron is a Biden for Nick. Come on. Midnight in Exile sends test. Okay. Radically Moderate Livestream says, my farmer parents had 10 kids. I'm number 9. Christmas was a sea of presents. 6 older brothers means I'm bottom of the dog pile. I want kids, but too poor. Look, I don't know what you say, Nate, but I say you're never wealthy enough to have kids.
That's true. Amen to that, brother.
Yeah, if you're waiting some sort of financial like hurdle to pass to have kids, you don't. You just have kids. Keck7 Go says, Nick, you never asked Nate about tree law. I actually did, but
he did. Yeah.
Seal Club says, does Trump have a right to a speedy trial pertaining to impeachment? Love the show? No. Clown World says, Biden is a least effective president than Biden, quoting Vermin Supreme 2020. Orgasmic Whale says, answer my DMs, you Hasidic fur. Okay. Millicent Blalock says, hey, loving the show. Just wonder where Doug TeNapel is. I've not seen anything new from him in a hot minute. Do you? Doug actually got a community guideline strike, which I think is BS, but he got one, which means no uploads for 1 week unless he wins on his appeal. CJ says, if I recall, TSA was considered non-essential at the time, and if POTUS furloughed all non-essentials, the unions could scream for a TRO, but then SCOTUS would be stepping on POTUS powers completely. As in regards to my idea about furloughing the FAA. Wolfgang Deo says, I pay people to legislate, meaning to write, remove, and consider laws in addition to funding things and establishing post offices. CJ says, why do you think we call it Chirac here in Illinois? Navy Tex 37 says, new to your channel, Nick. Love the stream. Nate is killing it. Hey, thanks, Navy Tex. CJ says, now that we covered broken window, let's talk Duluth model and the lies around that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Broken windows is the policy that we were talking about when you arrest all the minor crimes.
Oh, sure. I just don't know what the Duluth model is.
Yeah. I have to look it up.
Wolfgang Deo says, does it matter if the tree is white? Yes. Yes, of course it does. Angry Baneling says, Nate, try StarCraft 2, much better than Warhammer. Do you play video games at all?
No, I stopped. I used to play. I was a big Madden fan.
Okay.
The WWF series and the sports games. I was really into sports games. Not really role playing.
Did you see that guy the other day who was on Twitch and he was playing Madden and he like missed a pass or something? And he's got his like infant, his 1-year-old or something on his lap. And he screams about it and he smashes his controller on the desk. And then he takes his kid and he puts him on the couch. And the kid's crying because it's a baby. And he screams like, shut the F up to this baby on a live stream. It was nuts, man. Oh, my God.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, my God. I wish I'd have saw it.
I'll send you the...
describing it is funny. You describing it is funny.
I'll send you the clip of Charlie talking about it. Critical. A great YouTuber. Phoenix Lord Asterman says, Nick, you need Batman Soul of the Dragon. It's a great animated 70s kung fu style movie, and it's just fun from start to end. Okay. Last Ride Zero says, fun fact, McDonald's was responsible for DC movies getting slapstick after Batman Returns because they wanted to sell merch. P.S. F, WB, and DC. Oh, F Warner Brothers and DC. Okay. Got it. Where did we go from there? Skeetneat says, Nick, read All-Star Superman by Grant Morrison. It's the apex of all Superman books, which is something people who want to read some soups should start. Are you familiar with the All-Star Superman?
Yes, but I saw the movie. I didn't read the book.
No One Important says, same with Goku. People love Goku because he is about getting his butt beat and then coming back stronger. His represents not strength, but breaking limits. Yeah, but Vegeta's a better character than Goku, period.
I love Vegeta, yes.
Of course you do. Of course you do. Do you watch a lot of Dragon Ball?
I used to watch it a lot. Yeah, I used to watch it a lot.
Vegeta and Piccolo are my guys. Way more interesting. Yeah. Piccolo I love because he could never keep up, right? But it didn't matter because Piccolo's like character was such a warrior that it didn't matter that he was weaker than everybody else. Genetically, he was going to fight because that was his duty. And I love Piccolo for that. And actually, in Dragon Ball GT, there's a scene when the Earth is like ending and Goku and Piccolo are like teleporting everybody off and Piccolo runs out of energy. And he's like, go ahead, Goku. I'll be here. And it's like, no, Piccolo, you can't die by this bullshit because you sacrifice your energy for everybody else. You son of a bitch. Anyway.
The hero sacrifice, man.
Marsupial Gamer says, I'd love for you to review my friend's case someday. It's got everything. Lying cops, lying prosecutor, even a lying defense attorney. He finally got sentenced after 12 years in jail, not prison. He got sentenced after 12 years in jail. Damn.
So that means 12 years of waiting for trial. That's crazy. No time served, so he must get some serious time.
There's some stuff going on with that right now for COVID. There's a famous porn actress, Mercedes Carrera, and she is accused of molesting her own daughter.
Oh my God.
And she has been awaiting trial now for like 2 years. Because like right when, she had it appreciably before Corona, but right when they were going to hit trial phase, Corona hit. And so now she's just held on lockdown forever. In my opinion, she deserves it, but that's me.
Check out this case.
Nardo Polo says it's a tradition, Nick. No, have you no sense of tradition? I hate the tradition of futa, okay? Ryan79 says, speaking of homeless benefiting from being arrested, I work at a hospital and have seen homeless people get themselves arrested on purpose for the shelter.
Yeah.
Gerbrek says, has Nate watched Nick's favorite film, Every Breath?
No, I haven't seen that.
Don't ever watch it. It's a shitty movie. Judd Nelson is garbage. Wolfgang says, no shouting fire is for science. Also, free speech is speech we do not like, right? The idea of hate speech is antithetical to free speech. Yes.
Fighting words. I don't know. It's because speech is really determined by protected and unprotected speech. So speech falls in one of the two categories. Right.
But the idea of like only protecting speech that we like is antithetical to the notion of free speech. So we have to recognize that at some point speech can rise to the level of criminality, but we should be cautious about that, because if that criminality is merely the test of I don't like it, then that's not free speech at all, right? Like that's the idea.
But there are other limits to free speech other than criminality. For like a threat is criminal, but defamation could just be civil.
Sure,
you can have civil defamation, and that's what I'm talking about. Civil liability, civil liable. And so when we're talking about that, you're talking about false statements, facts, and so forth and so forth.
Right.
So I do agree that the criminal speech is unprotected, but that's why I said I think it's better to coach it in the distinction between protected and unprotected speech, because unprotected speech covers the civil defamation, criminal speech, and even quote unquote hate speech.
Right. Although the Supreme Court's pretty clearly stated that hate speech isn't really a thing, right? Like, but I mean, hypothetically, there is some sort of hate speech that exists, but I don't think the Supreme Court has recognized anything that actually is. I think maybe that's the better way to say it.
Yeah, I think hate speech is protected. Again, in my opinion, I think hate speech is a protected form of political speech. So, for instance, if you go out there and say you don't like black people, you don't like this, you don't like this, that is actually protected speech under political ideologies. But I think when you're talking about hate crimes, I think people mix hate speech with hate crimes. Hate crimes is a crime that's motivated by racial animus or something like that. That is an elevator. So if you're robbing somebody, but then you're robbing somebody just because they're black, that elevates the penalty of that particular crime. Where I think hate speech, that's something a little funny. Some places have criminalized hate speech, but then some places, then it all depends on how they're defining hate speech. Because again, I think Alan Dershowitz had one of the famous cases where he, as a Jewish person, he represented neo-Nazis who were saying, they hate black people, they hate Jews, and that was considered hate speech, but that speech was protected because of political hate speech.
What do you think about hate crimes? Like, for me personally, I don't like hate crimes and I don't like anti-bullying measures for the same reason. Like, if someone beats someone up, I don't care what their motivation is. I want the crime punished because they beat someone up. That's me. What's your perspective on it?
Well, again, I think when you're talking about these crimes, these hate crimes is just an elevator of penalty on any other crime. So like you're saying, an assault. If an assault happens, and there's no evidence that the person was motivated by race, then you're right. You get 5 years or whatever for that. But if the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that this crime of assault was motivated by animus toward race, then I think you could make an argument that elevating that, adding to that punishment may be worthwhile, maybe some may be worthwhile to society. I don't know how that makes the crime more insidious. Maybe it does because you're trying to just target one person for their race.
Yeah.
But I think the argument could be made that if you just charge the person, if the person is assaulting somebody, that's enough punishment for that particular crime. So
Yeah. I don't like
I can see it both ways.
I don't like hate speech laws. Like I don't like anything that says you have to do this in sentencing in general. But I can
Mhm.
see an individualistic case. Like, okay, the crime is whatever. Here's the sentencing guideline. It could be 30 days. It could be 2 years. Okay. Now I say, look, their motivation in this is not because they were trying to buy bread, right? Like they're not stealing because they're out of soup. They're stealing from this person because this person is a particular race, and therefore we need to go for the maximum sentence. Their motives in this are entirely impure. I like that.
Correct.
I don't like the idea of, well, you know what? We've determined by a preset list of conditions that racial crimes are worse than other crimes. Because to me, I'm like, wait, but if someone's beating someone in the street, I don't think that their motive for beating someone makes it particularly worse. I don't want anybody beat in the street. Like, if you're,
but
that's my thing.
I don't know because motive is one thing, but also because I think when you talk about motive, people confuse motive and intent sometimes.
Sure.
And we talk about intent. If your intent is to kill the person, but you don't kill the person, if your intent is to harm the person, I do think it does matter. And motive sometimes can matter because if your motive is to collect insurance money, or if you have some corrupt motive, then that could be that's why. And that's one thing about the law. It's so fact dependent. That's what they teach you in law school. The law is so fact dependent that you can always have. It's hard to say this principle of law applies this way in all the situations because that nuance has to be added. Because, like for instance, in this motive example, you could have corrupt motives that do lead to criminality.
Yeah, and that's where I like what I was saying is I don't like the idea of a statute saying, and I don't like mandatory minimums for the same reason.
Yeah.
Like, I just don't like the discretion and the nuance being taken out of something and being codified in statute.
That makes sense.
Okay. Space Force Commander says in Kermit voice, go Knights, go. Okay. CJ says domestic violence police policy where the man is always the perp. Sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes, yeah.
Bad Dragonite says in Kermit voice, Futa ball gang rise up.
That's a good Kermit voice.
Thank you. I've been working on it for years.
Yeah.
I do Kermit and Elmo voices for my kids. So my chat makes me say dirty stuff as Kermit and Elmo, which is awful. Fighting Slug says on today's MGTOWN podcast, Drex said ghetto gaggers contacted him through you, embraced degeneracy, deaf and degraded. Yeah, I may on occasion talk to the guy who's in charge of ghetto gaggers, facial abuse, and other websites. He's
oh my God,
he's an interesting fellow.
Well, listen, it's 4 a.m. here, 4:06 here. I am going to go to bed because I gotta go take care of some stuff tomorrow. But
I got 6 left. I got 6 left. They're real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Wolfgang Deo says, I am Sofa King We Todd did. Fusta says, Nick, you said you were getting onto the Fediverse. What's your address / username? Mine is ricadalaw@verified.af. I'm on the Fediverse on ricadalaw@verified.af. Colfe2A wannabe Hunan Muhammad says, Futas without balls are ready for November. Thermatius 1980 says, Counselor, what Warhammer 40k god aligns with you? That's a question for you. So you got 4 options: Nurgle, Khorne, Slaanesh, and Tzeentch. Just pick one at random if you don't know. I'll tell you if you're right. Which one do you think? Nurgle, Slaanesh, Khorne, or Tzeentch?
I'm picking Siege.
Nice. That's the god of change and questions, basically. Perfect choice for a lawyer. Wolfgang Deo says, if a person cannot hold themselves when having fighting words are thrown at them, then why is that a justification for unprotection? Fighting words are really weird. In theory, fighting words are unprotected speech. In practice, I don't think any jurisdiction, like the only fighting words case from the Supreme Court is a pastor calling a cop a damn fascist, I think is what it was. So fighting words exist in theory, not in practice. Wolfgang also says, is it a hate crime if the person is white? I think it should be or can be. Okay, and then let's see. Shadows King says, guys, the science is simple. If futas don't have balls, then how do they nut? Wait, I read that one. Kermit says, whether the futa has balls or not, I'm finna smash and watch that pendulum swing. Disgusting. Bad Dragonite says, Piccolo technically has the power of God / Kame. There's also a cool fan comic about an alternate universe where the last living Namekian absorbed all other Namekians, become uber powerful to defend their race from extinction. Fun stuff. And Wolfgang says, meant victim, not person. 2020 was a mess. Yes. Nate, thank you so much for coming on. If you can hang out for 5 seconds after we end this show, so I can say goodbye to you in private. Guys, thank you for watching. Nate's channel is in the description. Check it out. Subscribe to him. He's great. I love this guy. And we're going to have to talk more.
Definitely. Thank you so much for having me. This was, this time it went by faster than I thought it was going to go. I was like, oh man, this was going to be, but it's just like,
it
boom,
does.
it's over.
It does that. It does that. It's always like, oh my God, it's 4. Like, Jesus Christ. So thank you guys. Hope you have a nice day. Peace. Nate, did you have anything else you want to say to the chat before we log off?
No, thanks for hanging out with us, guys. And don't forget, for those who haven't subscribed, really, you haven't hit the channel, you haven't subscribed yet, hit the like button. Come on. Let's do this thing.
Check out Nate's channel, guys. Peace. Meet me on Twitch. Peace.